Hello and welcome to the fan cams. After the Blues get beat up again. This time it was 8 goals 11, 59 to 17 goals 13, 115. It was like the Pies just kind of played with their food. I mean, it was just such a weird night. I don't recall many Collingwood Carlton games like that where it felt like a social setting. It was just, it's all broken. Everything is just broken. And don't really know. I don't really know. I mean, I guess we'll unpack it. This is tough. This is really difficult to continue to do. Yeah. But I mean, look, the purpose of the show is to bring the fan sentiment into play. So I guess we'll use the next whatever we do tonight to have as many of you on who want to share your truth, whatever that truth is, because we do have to get to the bottom of it. And I think there's just that real deep realization that we're about to go through another just journey, whatever it's going to look like. I mean, changes have to be made. That's there's no secret about it. It's just coming to that deep realization that we've got to go through that again, and how long that's going to take is that's painful. So if you'd like to come on, please come on and share your thoughts about the game and about the club. The link is in the live chat. I'll put it in there, and just come on and do what you do. You guys are awesome. The way you come on, the way you speak, and the way you represent the fan base. And I don't picture it being any different today. If you want to yell and scream, come and yell and scream. If you don't want to yell and scream, don't yell and scream. Ben, with the $15, you're just sad, man. Going to be a tough last 7 rounds. I don't want to be looking for little positives anymore. Robert Priestley and Graham Wright, please save us. Thank you, mate. The Duke Leverage Show, $2. Sorry, Voss, it's on them. You tried. Yeah, I saw that footage towards the somewhere in the game, and he was just, the way he said to Cripps and Wiedering, that effort is fucking deplorable. We've broken Voss. Everything's broken. Everything is broken. Anyway, Tyler.
Terry, this is a new fucking low.
Yeah, man.
This is a new fucking low. What can you say about that performance? Absolutely just disgusting. That it's not Carlton anymore. There's no pride. No pride for the jumper. Fuck me. But the thing there's no, but you know what as well? There's no pride in their fucking AFL craft as well. You can't even hit targets at 20 meters on even on the run. But the thing that pisses me off is handballs to the fucking feet. You can't even hit it. You can't even hit a fucking handball on the run. Seriously. But at 3/4 time, and you could see Voss pull in the leadership, like Wiedering and Cripps and Curnow, and you're right. He looked like what the fuck, asking where. That was absolutely deplorable. I don't know if you saw it, but you probably will see it on the replay.
Yeah,
Then straight after pulling them in, having a chat, Charlie Curnow, before the 4th quarter even fucking started, ran all the way to the goal square, clapping Darcy Moore and all of that on the way fucking through. Yeah, real fucking respect for this club. Real respect.
I didn't see that. That's
You know, you go and watch it, like really watch it. Like I couldn't fucking believe it when I saw it. You are 60, almost 60 points down, and you go and do that fucking shit. And you've done nothing all game, and you go and do that. Like they're your best buds. Like come on, like it's not on, not on. I don't care.
yeah.
I don't care who you are. That's not on. So, but mm, what can you do, Terry? Like fuck, that was just sad. Sad, but
Isn't it fascinating that I mean, we all kind of not even build up the game anymore. I think at this point, the last few weeks, it's kind of like, yeah, I know that we're not going to probably win, but you know what? If they can
yeah,
just show some ticker and some pride, Collingwood are the
yeah,
best team in the league. Like, we're even there. Like, we're lowering our standards. We're bracing
yeah,
ourselves for
mm-hmm,
the losses, and like even then, you still find yourself being disappointed. Like even after you've
yeah,
tried to lower the standard of what you think
yeah,
might happen because there's kids and
mm,
yeah, whole thing. It's there's like a deep philosophical failure that's happened now. This isn't about tonight. This is not
mm,
about this year. This is about another failed regime.
yeah, definitely, 100%, and and it's also lack of respect to the fans. Like fuck, we turn up in our droves and all of that, but it looked
Yeah.
like at the start of the game that there were not many people there. But then again, obviously it changed. Like, what was the crowd attendance like? There would have been a
So
lot of Carlton supporters.
I'm shocked because I saw the crowd attendance come up. It said 75,000.
Oh,
I'm shocked. Maybe where I was sitting, I couldn't see enough of the seats. Whatever. I'm stunned at that.
yeah,
It didn't look, feel, or hear or sound like 75K. And man, I'm telling you, like Collingwood Carlton games, like there was no intensity in the crowd, man.
no.
I could hear conversations happening around me. It was bizarre, man.
And that just shows how far this club has really gone down the gurgler. Like even the Collingwood fans,
Yeah,
like I saw, uh, uh, I feel like they're pitying us. Really,
they are,
I
man.
it's really sad. Like the the rivalry that we talk it up so much and we love it so much, the fans and all of that. And I saw your interview with Rocco, fucking great, great interview. But it just shows that I don't think they show the rivalry respect, but also at the same time the fans, the club itself, any respect. Like fuck.
Hmm.
It's just sad. It's just the saddest time I've ever seen Carlton like this. Like you said to the press, like he said, yeah, I've seen 8 flags. I've seen 5 wooden spoons. I've seen 5 wooden spoons as well. Like
Might see another
seriously,
one.
yeah, I reckon we probably will, to be honest. But like, nah, look, the only Haynes had a decent game. Like Williams played his heart out, but like just weren't
Did he
meant.
get
It was
injured?
just
Did
yeah,
he get hit?
he did.
Oh, what did he do?
When I saw the footage, it looked like he had his hamstring strapped. I don't know what it was, but they'll probably talk about it because I could see the ice pack on his hamstring. Could be something else. Who knows? But I'm just I just couldn't believe it. Like there were so many so many times you could just see like we'd get a run and then bang, we blow it like a chip kick, or like a stupid chip kick, or even like as I was saying about the handballs and all that at the feet, and then all of a sudden too late, and then
Yeah, man.
Collingwood were just playing. It was like as you said, they were playing with their food.
Playing with their
Like
food, man. They were just
yeah,
like, they were like juggling with their
yeah. It's
Tyler.
just yeah. What can you do, Terry?
What's
Like
happened to our club, man? What
oh,
have they
I don't.
done? What have they
It's
done to our club, man?
I don't know, Terry. I'm just, it's just sad. Like, I mean it. Like, we've all been through the dark years, but even I'm gonna say, even in the darker years, like even under Pagan and Ratton, and even when we were in the rebuild back then, we at least showed some fucking pride and we at least had a go. At least we had a go. Like, fuck. Like, this is just mentally insipid at the moment. They just cannot. I don't know how you can go from 2 fucking finals in a row to now literally where we are now.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's gone wrong. But
Yeah. Well,
we'll keep on turning up. But like seriously, like I feel like at the end of the season, the club owes the fans a mighty fucking apology, a big apology, and you know what? I would start like putting on with the contracts. Like seriously, if you're not up to standard, I wouldn't be playing them. I wouldn't be playing certain players. Like I feel, and it was said in the Rocco, like in Rocco's interview, like some of them they feel like their positions, like that's their positions. They're not going to get dropped because like who can you bring into the side? That's the wrong mentality. That's the wrong mentality, Terry.
no, mate,
So
spot on. Tyler,
anyway, we'll see how it go.
at least we got you, mate. Thanks for calling in.
No worries, Terry. Catch ya.
See ya. Casey Barrett, thank you for the $10. Hey, Tez, is it sad that I look forward to the fan cams more than the games now? The weekly reminder that I'm not the only one feeling like this is comforting. Up the Blues. Mate, you know, the happiest that I am when it comes to footy weeks at the moment is game day stream or team stream, like before the game, because that's when you can crack a joke that you might win a game and you can kind of like get a little bit excited. Like there's no excitement on game day once the ball is bounced anymore. It's crazy. Daniel, thank you for the 3. Happens every 4 to 5 years. Carlton in crisis. Typical. Absolutely typical. Webby.
Hello, Terry.
How are you, mate?
I'm okay. How are you? I'm fucking angry. I'm not all right. I'm fucking angry. Did you go tonight?
I was there, mate. Did you?
No.
Really?
No, I didn't. And
No,
I won't
no.
be going. This is fucking garbage. Where did you sit? Level 1, level 2?
I was on the wing, level 2.
How was the atmosphere?
It was, mate, it was like a social setting, like just Collingwood supporters around me everywhere. And they were just, there was no intensity in the crowd. Like there was no back and forth banter. That was like a leisurely game. That was not a Collingwood Carlton. I mean, where I was sitting anyway, there was nothing to it, mate.
Because I was watching on Fox and the stands looked bare on level 1. Bare.
Right.
Sack them all. Sack them all. The coach, the assistants, they're not good enough. They weren't good enough last year. The players don't care. You've got Charlie low-fiving his opponents at 3/4 time. What's that about?
Yeah.
Akers, could he care any less? Could he care any less? Can I just have a fucking go? They had a go in the first half, if you want to be really generous. But our skills are deplorable. Our footy IQ is deplorable. What are they training? Seriously. Tell me, Terry, what has happened to our fucking club?
That is the best question I think we'll hear tonight, mate. Yeah, this isn't it. They've thrown it away.
We have botched this list. We had a list that made a prelim final, and we've botched it, and we're 12th now or 13th. We fucked it up.
We fucked it up bad.
Bad.
Bad, Webby. Bad, man.
Like
I hear more passion out of you than our players. That's crazy to say.
I commend anyone who went tonight and watched that fucking garbage after halftime. They kicked 8 goals in that third quarter. Are we going to make a move?
Yeah.
Our best player was Zach Williams, who people shit can all the time. Where's the captain? He had 25, but really, like poor Harry O'Farrell. We're stranded at full back.
What about Ashton Moyer?
Coaching.
What about Ashton Moyer with Darcy Moore next to him? How good's that?
Like, at least people won't have a go at fucking Jesse Motlop this week. He kicked a couple of goals. Actually gave a shit.
Yeah. And you know what? I reckon Pito was excellent tonight. And like with De Koning and let's stop talking about the 1.7 for a minute, because that's not a Carlton offer. We can't be paying him anything close to $1 million, let alone 1.7. If that's the kind of, he can't be doing that with $1 million contract. We can't be throwing out another one to a player who's going to check out like that in games. Can't. It's too much. We've already got Charlie, who's another one of these players. He's not him anymore. He's lost himself a bit.
Hasn't kicked a goal in 3 weeks, I saw on the TV.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, another game lost its selection.
Well,
2 rucks. 2 rucks.
Well,
like,
thanks.
TDK's not a forward. He's not a forward.
Yeah.
Give Lemmy a go.
Yeah.
He can play ruck for 5 minutes. Like, they're fucking dropping Wilson and they're bringing Francis Evans back in. Like, what are we doing? Seriously.
Yeah. Webby, I can't believe I'm living in a time where you did not go to a Carlton game.
They've broken me, Terry.
Yeah,
I've been a member for 27 years. I've probably missed 2 games in my whole life.
Really?
Right? They've broken me. This year, it's torture going to the football. It's supposed to be an outlet for us. It's absolute torture.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's meant to be joyful.
We need to vote. We need to vote with our feet and boycott the game. What I'm hoping, Thursday night, 20,000 there. Show them. Show them it's not good enough. Show them you're pissed off.
You know,
if you want to go. But
yeah, of course. You know, I've never agreed with that. And I think for the first time, I agree with that.
We are getting pitied by Collingwood supporters. That's how bad it is.
Yeah.
They feel sorry for us.
It's
our
worse.
biggest rival.
Mm-hmm.
We need change. We need change now.
Bad.
This cannot go on for another 7 weeks. It just can't.
Yeah, mate.
But stick fat, Terry. Stick fat. It'll change.
Hey, buy in, mate. Buy in.
Buy in. I hate Collingwood more than fucking Essendon.
Yeah.
And I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah. Mate, I think you've expressed yourself very well. And just want to say thank you for calling in and getting it off the
This
chest.
isn't the Carlton we knew and grew up with. It's just not. It's weak.
I don't even know
Say another
what
word, but
Carlton,
I won't. It's weak.
I don't even know what Carlton is anymore, mate.
What do we stand for? What's our brand? Money. That's all they care about. Money.
Yeah. Yeah.
When is football the priority here?
Yeah.
And like the freaking missed tackles, Evans in that third quarter, Haynes. I could go on and on. Just give a shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Mate, thank you very much for calling in. I really appreciate that. And you pour yourself a nice cup of tea and see you in the live chat.
All right, mate. I'll see you there.
Good on you, mate. Webby. Clean up on aisle 7. PCL, I think, for Zach. Big fella. For Zach. PCL? Fuck. Okay. Yeah. I saw he was subbed. I didn't see what had happened. We're so bad we made a current affair? Really? Wow. Okay. Oh, dear. All right. Jim.
A current affair? What the fuck's going on? It's getting bad, isn't it? My God.
Fucking hell, Jim. What was that, mate?
Terry, first game I've missed in nearly 20 years in Melbourne. I didn't go. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
You knew?
I said, no, not happening. Not against Collingwood anyway. I said, no. Too embarrassing. I don't know. I expected a big response today, especially let's be physical. You know, go out there and hit bodies or do something. No. Just brushed us aside. Look, we weren't even there. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. The tackles, like, no tackling, no heart, no soul. I don't know where we're going now. You know, it's not good at all. Not good at all.
They look so broken out there and resigned, and I really do wonder what sort of long-term damage is going to be done in the next 8 weeks, 7 games now. Like serious long-term damage. Like it's not going to get better, and even the little glimmers of hope, they're going to be there. There were little moments here and there, but you can't rely on the kids to give you a glimmer of hope for the future. They're only going to give you moments and contests here or there. And I mean, our senior players are just
hell yeah, mate.
They're losers. The stain is now fully inside of them.
100%. And what pissed me off the most was, like Webby was saying, that last quarter, Charlie goes and high fives 2 Collingwood players going back to the goal square. What the fuck was that all about?
Yeah.
What's going on there? Smiling. Get fucked. Get fucked. That's disgusting. I'm sick of that. Enough's enough, mate.
Yeah.
No heart, no soul. You know, we bleed it. These guys, I don't think they bleed it, Terry.
No.
I think that's it for them, mate. Yeah, I don't know where we're going to go from here. And our disposal, Jesus Christ. Cheddar, my God.
When he kicked it into the Collingwood player, I was like, mate. Oh. You know what the other one was? Doc from the kick-in turnover. Dacos picks it up, spins, pirouette, kicks on his left, hits a player lace out. I think the player might have missed the shot on goal anyway. I'm just like, there it is right there. Like there it is right there.
It was
like Collingwood had time to pirouette and do a backflip and then kick on their opposite foot and hit a target, lace out, and we
can't do anything.
We can't do
anything. And not only that, like we're meant to be chasing a play, we just let him go. Oh, let him go. It's okay. Point there. You get him. No, go get him. Be on him, mate. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No accountability at all. No accountability, mate. I don't know. I think we've lost our confidence. Yeah, it's not good. And I think Zach did his knee, something with his knee as well, I think it was. So
Yeah, someone put a comment.
Yeah, hit his knee.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I thought he had a good game, Zach Williams. I thought he
I
played
thought it
well.
might have been one of his better games for the club, which
Yeah.
says something, doesn't it?
Yeah, even Motlock I thought done not bad. Done
Yeah.
some good things, But generally, like you said, our leaders, nah. Charlie not even interested. He looks he just doesn't want to do anything. Like if
Yeah.
if the ball falls on the ground, he's out of the contest. It's not happening for him anymore.
He's meant to be a leader, and he's also won premiership money.
Yeah, I know. What a joke, isn't it?
$1 million player,
I think we've got too many of them that aren't performing, and that's the problem. They're going to have to rejig something there, I think.
Oh, mate, they've got a lot. They've got a lot to change up.
Yeah.
And they've given us this whole. I mean, they've come out and said this week we're just going to not make any rash decisions, and we're going to wait until the end of the year. Which, okay,
Yeah.
but the damage that's going to be done in the next 7 weeks
God,
to the supporters is just.
It's not good, is it?
No.
It's not good at all, mate. It's not good at all.
It gets better though, Jim, because
in
6 days we will play the Lions.
Oh God! Unbelievable! You going to that one?
I think I will. I think I will. I did something today for the first time ever. I didn't leave. No, do you know what? I technically left before the final siren. I was on level 1 when Myercheck took the kick with a minute to go, and then walked out. Okay, I guess I did leave the MCG, and I heard the final siren while I was outside the stadium. It's the first time it's ever happened.
Wow!
So, wow! I really showed them.
You show it, mate.
I really showed them, mate.
Oh God!
Anyway.
That's unbelievable, mate. Oh, I'll tell you one thing before I leave. The last 3 times I've seen you, we've won, and we won, and I haven't seen you since then, and we've lost everything.
All right, we need to have a cigarro.
We're going to try that cigarro, exactly. You know where? Right. Marvel.
Marvel Stadium.
We'll see if it breaks the curse.
All right, I'll have a dart with you and see if we can fix something.
No worries, buddy. You be good. Right. All the best.
Yes, I'll see you, mate.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Clean up on aisle 7. Wasn't even a Collingwood chant. No, that's not true. There were multiple Collingwood chants, mate. Multiple Collingwood chants tonight. They got me good. I was stuck right around them. Faz, hello, mate.
Terry, how you going?
I am going well. I am alive. I am healthy. I ate food today, and I am putting things into perspective. But our football club is broken into a million pieces, mate.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, just a shout out to all the opposition supporters who are spending their time on a Friday night in the chat. It's really good to have them. Good to know that they have no life and want to spend time with us. So welcome to all the opposition supporters.
Oh, Jimmy, you're going to fire them up, mate.
Oh, good. No, welcome. They're good to have them here, because what else would you rather be doing on a Friday night? Because your time is your most valuable asset, and yeah, is what it is. So welcome. But I don't know, the Blues, mate. I think reality is sometimes a very hard thing to accept, because we all probably deep down knew it, and whether or not we wanted to admit it, we all probably knew it. Do you know what I mean? Like, be it the Richmond game, be it halfway through last year, whenever it was, there's a point where someone we've all known it. This was probably going to happen. Yeah. So I think.
Did you see it getting here? Like, I mean, I first of all, I agree. Like it's but to see it this broken, this is like it's round 17. I mean, you probably got to go back to like the North game, even before then, the Sydney GWS game. Like for it to break like this so early in a year.
Yeah. Look, I didn't think it'd get this bad.
Yeah.
But I genuinely, like, I didn't think we were going to achieve that much this season, but I didn't think it'd get this bad. I think
Right.
the biggest fear for me was realized when, you know, the cry out to play the kids, but the kids clearly aren't ready. But then you're watching, like, how many more times do we need to watch Scott Pendlebury beat Patrick Cripps in the midfield? Feels like it's been happening for 10 years. How many more times do we see Mitch McGovern overrun the ball or Blake Acres turn it? Like, Doherty, it's when your senior players aren't performing and then your kids aren't ready, there's not much to be hopeful for. And I think that was my biggest fear. I genuinely think it's not completely shot, as in, or it is this year, but not completely shot, because the league has proven if you can get the right game plan in, it really doesn't matter. Like, I'll be honest, Collingwood's key forwards are absolute dog shit, right? They're dog shit footballers. That's a fact. But in a good game plan, in a good system, they look better than actual good footballers. And I think that can be proven. I think that is proven that if you can get the good system in, you can tweak it quickly. But yeah, the thing that I fear the most is, you know, at the start of the season, you go in and you say, who are Carlton's top 5 players? Yeah, Cripps, Wiedering, Curnow, Mackay, and Walsh. Well, Walsh can't get on the park. Mackay can't get on the park. Curnow's having a career worst year. Cripps is having a career worst year. And Jacob Wiedering is probably the only one who's been above average. Well, I'd argue you take the top 5 from any team, including Collingwood, who are the greatest team on the planet, evidently. Who are their top 5? Well, if Dacos had a career worst year and Pendlebury was going no good and Darcy Moore was just above average, they'd be no good as well. So listening to Adam Simpson talk a couple of weeks ago or last week, he said, you can have a system, of course, which is what I just said, but if your top players aren't playing well, it doesn't matter either. So you need your stars to play well, but you also need the system to protect it when they're not playing well. And at the moment, we've got neither. Our system doesn't protect it when we're playing poorly, and our stars aren't able to protect our poor system. So it's a bit of a mess. One of those things is really easy to fix, which is a new system.
Yeah. Do you think my fear about this group, particularly the senior guys, is they're just like, bring in the right system, bring in the right assistants, bring in the right head of football, change the coach, change the board, change whatever. Are they too far gone? Are they too far broken? Like, can they be so rejuvenated that they can become champions? I don't know.
Look, my experience in life is no one's ever too far gone. So
okay, fair.
A lot can change. We're not talking about blokes in their late 30s. You know, these are still young men. Maybe they're not young in football terms, but they're still young men. I would hate for people to give up on anyone in their 20s, because at the end of the day, they're in their 20s. Yes, Doherty, perhaps he's gone, too far gone. Cripps, maybe, but to say are these guys too far gone? I don't disagree, but I think it'd be unfair to give up on them as people or as players.
Yeah.
Maybe we've got too many of them. Maybe we need to break the group apart by removing 1 or 2 pieces and see what happens there. But I don't think it's a case of getting rid of every single person and hoping or expecting it to work. I mean, I'll use the Mitch McGovern as an example. He was failing in the back line. Voss moved him forward. He looked okay forward. Then he's moved to the back line, and I thought he was like he got absolutely pants tonight. He's the type of player that's well, what do you do with him? You know, it's the famous line that people used to use about Brodie Kemp is move him to the forward line where he can do less damage. And that's the case in McGovern. You've got to put him in a place where he can do less damage because every time he goes near it, something happens for the opposition. Is that a type of player that, okay, you see him out, see you later? Of course. But to say, is it over for Kerno? Is it over for Wiedering? Is it over for these boys? Yeah, I'm not ready to give up on them as people or players just yet. Because I want to see, can we get someone in there? Every young man needs a mentor. I don't care how old you are, you need a mentor. Is Vossi too close to the players? Is he too buddy? The fact they call him Vossi, maybe they need someone in that they respect. I don't know. A mentor, someone who can wrap their arm around him. Is that a John Longmire? I don't know. But I feel like, especially someone like Charlie Kerno, he's a big kid. His birth certificate might say he's 28, but he's a big kid. He needs someone to put his arm around him and say, they believe in you. We believe in you. And it's not from the fans. It's from someone he respects. I don't know if he respects Vossi.
Yeah.
He might not.
Yeah. Thursday night, bring it on.
Look, at the end of the day, you know, I agreed with what Webby was saying before. It's meant to be an outlet and it's making people angry and all that. But, you know, I've been big on this. I get criticised for this a lot, which is one of the reasons I left social media. I'm battling health issues as well, but that's neither here nor there. But I left social media for this reason. I'm big on. I got to spend the night with my daughters and my dad. We watched the footy. It was shit. Daughters went to bed at half time because they're young. I got to sit next to my dad and have a chat for the game. To me, yeah. I'm happy with to be with him. So how many more games has he got left? Yeah. So
yeah, mate. Thank you very much for calling up, sharing your love, sharing your passion, mate. It's good to hear it.
Love your work. Speak soon, mate.
See you, mate. Hey, chat. Need you to chill out a bit when people are talking. Like it's just not it. Like it's just not it. Taking pot shots. It's been happening for weeks, and I just haven't been able to manage it right. So just please let it go. There's no need to talk about people the way some of you talk. Yeah. Rain Scott drone imagery. Interesting. Nick Austin is not coming under much scrutiny. List seems it might quite be top 4 or AFL maybe. Do we play West Coast again for Doc's testimonial? Thank you, mate. Ash Robertson. We coughed up a couple of goals we shouldn't have. That's the story of our life. Dione, 200 Thai baht. Thank you very much. My heart is just broken. Tez, I don't think anything or anyone can fix this. Is that an AI-generated image of an axe going through a TV with a Carlton scarf? Brilliant. All 25. Feel bad that my boys go for us and they have to go watch their mum and sisters supporting a quality side like the Pies. Absolutely brutal. Anthony Carboni, too many family guys, too much money, complacent. Darren, what's my honest opinion as to what's happened to us since that 2023 season? The downfall is so bizarre this year particularly. I think the word complacency will definitely be a part of the story. I think what we're doing is we're just getting exposed for the poor leadership that really was there the whole time. But this very second, I don't really have a great answer. They're all just guesses. I don't know. Duke Leverage, didn't the players complain that Bolton was too mean? Yeah. Pat.
Tezza, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. Where are you?
I'm at work.
Nice.
Down at Bulleen here and doing the North East Link.
Mate, what happened? Were you at the game or were you watching? What was your situation?
Oh no, I watched the whole game. We were waiting on traffic to come out and close the freeway so we could do a bit of work. But I was pretty wild an hour ago. But I sort of marked a few things down on the paper because I thought I'm going to go see Tez tonight and let rip. But I want to know, like, so 4 years with Voss, and I'm not going to sit there and say, all right, I think he's done. We all know he's done. We understand that. But we played 12 good games. We were one kick away from a grand final against Collingwood, and we'd already beaten them that year. Maybe they were a little bit injured, whatever. But I reckon we had their measure that year. But even if that is the case, and they say, oh, but he got us there, I don't actually... Wasn't that Camp Curnow that got us there? Like, it was player driven. It was Cripps. It was Curnow. It was Ed Curnow. It was these boys. The style hasn't changed. We've tried to sack him every single year, and I know, Tez, there's more problems than just Michael Voss, but like we've literally tried to sack him every year at least once in his 4-year tenure. So maybe, just maybe, it might actually be the structure in the game plan. I think the list is there. Yes, there's some players that are missing, obviously, there, but you can't. Even Collingwood is, as much as we hate them, I don't see 22 stars out there. There's 12 role players out of maybe even more, maybe 18 role players that play in a structure that works. 17 blokes behind the footy is not structure. That's not how you play footy.
See the way the ball travels when it comes off a Collingwood boot compared to us. There was a passage of play. Might have been in the third, might have been in the fourth. So Chera had like a clear handball over, for whatever reason, decides to kick the ball, kicks it into a Collingwood player, turnover. And the way that the ball just traveled into the space right in front of Jamie Elliott, like it's just perfect, man. And I was a little elevated tonight, so you just get a better view of it. And like, how can you not take your hat off to him? Like, how can you not? How can you not respect them?
They obviously know what they're doing, and I understand that too. But then, like, you hear the argument, and you hear all these wizards, Gary Lyon and Lee Montagna, and all the footy fraternity. You can't sack Voss. He's not out there kicking the footy for him. He's not tackling. He's not doing this. Rah 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 rah. And that's all well and good to say that. But you can't tell me, like, you've obviously played footy before, and we've all played a little bit. There is levels to this game, yeah? Like, there's local level, there's VFL level, there's AFL level. These blokes, all 44 of them that are on our list, are the best of the best of the best. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me that 44 blokes selected out of the best crop of players in every division cannot kick. That's just it's the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. I played local footy for Melton, for bloody hell's sake, and most of those blokes could kick. We're not getting a game in the AFL.
Yeah.
Like, where's they've just got no. The I can't keep coming back to structure, and the attitude on the field, like what the Webby was saying before, and a few other blokes saying before, everyone's slapping backs. You watch, I don't know if it come out on the ground and it looked as it does on the tally, but like the Collingwood players, they make a spoil. They go pat him on the ass. They love it. They lay a tackle. They pat him on the ass. Our blokes couldn't give a shit. Like, Maynard drilled. I can't remember who it was. It might have been a kid. Was it? Yeah, just literally pile driving him into the ground. And I'm not saying we need to fight or anything like that, but we just fob it off. Like, if that was if that was one of Collingwood players, and one of us did that to them, how many blokes do you reckon to jump in?
Yeah.
Like, we're just not a united front. Like, sorry, I made a couple of little lists, and what else? No, that was pretty much it. I can't really think of too much more, but I just, what do you think, Tez? Obviously, it's a multitude of things.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've been saying the last few weeks, just kind of got to get our supporters through to the end of the season so we can get away from footy. And I can't believe I'm saying that. Like, this is crazy. Like, we're going to miss
7 weeks to
footy.
go.
Like we're going to be covering draft period and trade rumors, and like we're going to be doing all that again, and we're going to be full of hope again. I think what's pretty clear from my point of view, anyway, is that I think I said it earlier in the show. I mean, there's been like a real philosophical failure at the club because it's not about tonight. It's not about this year. It's whatever plan was put in place for the football club as a whole way back when. It's failed abysmally, and so they like a proper reset of. And I think sometimes that word can be mixed up with, oh, you're talking about a 5-year rebuild. Like it might be that, but I'm not talking about that. There's just like a philosophical evolution, I think, that has to happen that we're just refusing to go into. And I mean, again, everyone's guessing, and that's my best guess. But we're not it. Like our identity is like all over the shop. Supporters are banging and beating their drums about this rivalry. The players don't really move like the rivalry is a thing. The club don't really
do
talk.
Collingwood.
Well, because they've got their identity on point.
Yeah, and,
You know,
and like you
got it
say,
on
it's talk
point.
about philosophical, and I agree 100% with you. That's spot on. But as you know, you're on the Prenders, well, last week or the week before, and it's been said many times. They got Voss, but they wanted Kingsley to help. Like and that comes back to philosophical at the end of the day. You want a figurehead, or do you want someone that's going to take you to the next level? Like, what are we trying to achieve here? We've got ducks in both camps. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work.
Yeah. What time does work? You're finishing soon, or
No, we're here till 5:30.
Yeah, love it. Well, thanks for calling in, mate. Enjoy your
Thanks for
shift.
having me, mate. You have a lovely night. Enjoy.
See you, mate.
See you, bud.
Kate T. Lev, what would the 95 team think of Kerno's antics? I don't think they'd be very impressed. But here's a question. Which player would pull Charlie up on that and get into him? Like, who is that person? Is that Cripps? Is that Wiedering? And would Charlie laugh that off? Or would he take it seriously? I think there's a few of them in that boat. Dimmy.
Hello.
How are you, mate?
Oh, I don't even know, to be honest. I don't know.
Were you there tonight?
Yeah, I was.
Where were you sitting?
Level 1 on the wing.
What was the atmosphere like from your point of view?
Dead. It was more Collingwood fans around me.
Really?
In the members section as well, more Collingwood fans. Yeah. It just showed how dead it was tonight.
Yeah.
It was flat.
I think I remember going to a Carlton Collingwood game about 10 or 11 years ago. I reckon Daisy was playing for us, and I remember we got thumped. And I was freezing, cold, miserable, and like it was like a dead rubber. And it kind of reminded me a little bit of that tonight, except there was just no intensity in the crowd at all. Like the deflation of the Carlton supporters was there from the beginning. And yeah, man, it was, like.
It was so sad to watch, honestly.
So sad, dude. Yeah.
Like, what was it? I think it was yesterday in class. What's his name? The Sava show. You know, the one that does the match analysis?
Yeah.
I was watching the documentary from 2023, and I was thinking, like, how have we gone from that to this?
Yeah.
Like, it just does not feel good.
What
at all.
What do you think we can do for the next 7 weeks? Like, what's going to happen? Like, what's important here?
I really don't know. I'm lost. Play the kids, but they're not ready. Like, there's just so many stuff, so much stuff. Yeah.
There's a couple out there tonight. They had their moments. I thought Ashton actually had a few little.
I think he played well.
Yeah, like he had these little moments. I mean, O'Farrell learning moments for him. I mean, he got isolated and
Yeah.
Got taught a bit of a lesson tonight as well. I mean, you're not going to get into him and Flynn. Yeah, I'm looking for something that's not even there at this point.
So it's so hard. Like this whole time waiting, I was thinking of finding words to say, but this is the first time I've just been genuinely lost.
Yeah.
Like I remember when I was younger, I saw us like we were shit. Yeah, I knew that. But now we have this team, and you expect us to do something, and then we play like this constantly every single week.
Yeah.
And it's so flat.
Yeah. You gonna go to the Brisbane game?
I think so. I think I have to.
Feels a bit that way. Wow, man! I heard the final siren from outside the stadium for the first time in my life today.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh well. Is what it is,
Like,
man.
Yeah. Like I'm just genuinely so flat at the moment.
Yeah. Nah, mate. We're all right. We'll just get through 1 week at a time, and then just have an off season and just switch off maybe. And actually, no. In a really interesting way, I think we need to not switch off if we really want to get things changed this off season. We can't switch off. I think some pressure has to be put on the club to make the proper change. It's got to be a collaborative effort. Yeah, they're just not getting it right. They just keep getting it wrong, like generation to generation, like in 10-year blocks. So,
well, I've never seen anything except 3 finals wins. So nothing's gone right.
Yeah. Well, mate, look after yourself. Yeah.
I'll try. Take care too.
Go Blues.
Yeah.
All right. Rocco Grasso, $8. Kerno high-fived more before the game, not when we were 10 goals down, by the way. Cheers for all you do. We are fucked, mate. Thanks, mate. Yeah. All right. Ben.
Hey, mate.
Our audio is great this week. We are good to go.
That's good. That's good, mate. That's good.
Talk to me.
Oh, mate. I had a bit of a. I'll watch the game, obviously, today, and just the turnovers from start to finish, pretty poor. Yeah, I liked Moya's game. I thought Moya, that was one positive. Seeing him, he looks like he's a good find for us. But I put up a rant before just about how before the GWS game last year, we'd won 22 of 28 games. I think 22 of 28 games, and ever since then we've won 20. No, we've won 8 of the next 25. And
8 of the next 25. Sorry, say that again. Say that again.
So it was like 22, and this is including like a number of wins by about 4 or 5 or 6 points, leading to the back end of 2023 and the start of 2024. Like 22 of 28 games we'd won, and then ever since then, since pretty much GWS and the Dogs right after that, that was Cripper's 250th game, was it last year? 250th? 200th.
Yeah.
And 8 of the next 25 and counting, might be more now. Insane. I actually heard, I watched a bit of the Jumper Punch. There was like a segment that went for about 20 minutes the other day. I'm not sure if you caught it as well, but there was Paulo and a few of the other guys on there, and one of the guys on there was just talking. He was talking really in depth, and it was just making a whole lot of sense about just going through the list. Is the list the problem? And we were like, he was talking all about the list, about our plans for the future. Some of the young boys that are coming through, the prospects. You know, we've got Walker. Some of these kids coming through. We can't say that our future is.
I think we have. I'm watching the cycle happen again. I think now that I'm
leadership and coaching has to be
34 now, right? Let me just finish this off, right? So, if we think, looking at Harry Dean and the Camporelli twins and Cody Walker next year and Jagger Smith, if we think that just thinking that way, that these kids are going to come in and fix things, if we keep thinking that way, we're going to be in this same situation, because those names that I just mentioned used to be Walsh, Curnow, Mackay, Wiedering, Cripps, Doherty.
Yeah.
They were and then before that, it was Murphy, Gibbs, Cruiser, Carazzo, Simpson, Betts. So like we've got to stop talking about these names like they're going to fix the thing. It's the problems at the club that have to change.
The idols. We can't be always thinking about next year. That's a cycle that it seems like us as Carlton fans.
I mean, we kind of have to, as in we kind of have to talk about the future, because like I mean, that's the only way to find some hope moving forward, and look to next year and better days and brighter days. And and I mean, even speaking to Prez this week, he's like, "Oh, we're just going to like wait for the 8 weeks, and then we're going to make calm, rational decisions." It's like, okay, but can you make a calm and rational decision to get rid of decision makers? Maybe some of yourselves. Like, that's the kind of selflessness that's kind of needed here at the moment. So,
well, it seemed like as well it was a patch of maybe 2 to 3. This is what it seemed through watching the game tonight. A patch of maybe 2 or 3 like 10-minute patches that just killed us. So the players won't or can't stay focused, or just don't have any confidence in the game plan to stay focused. And then some of the disposals and we've talked about it as ad nauseum, so you know about it. I know about it.
We all know about it, mate. We all know about it.
Something we're just going to have to.
How do you go thinking about the next 7 weeks? Like where's your mind at? Just whatever, get through. Like, it's all dead, but like what's important to you?
Yeah, look, get through. Continue to. We can't make 7 changes every week and bring all the kids in every week to throw the lambs to the slaughter, sort of thing. But that being said, I think if we can somehow just fight tooth and nail. Look, these players too, that they've got to realise that it's getting to the point now where their careers are on the line. There's some senior players that should be or are respected names that would have to have their careers on the line at the moment. How many players have we got out of contract now? Like 17, 18? So they can't be buying time, like just a lot.
I think there's about 10 or 11 left at this.
At least a dozen, I reckon. Yeah.
Yeah, about that left. Maybe 13. Yeah.
Okay. Well, because I know that with TDK not signing yet, that's stopped talks on a few of them so far. But
as I said earlier, like, forget about 1.7 million. Like, we are at risk of paying him $1 million. Like, we won't be paying him 1.7 or 1.5, whatever's reported out there. We are at risk of paying him $1 million. We can't be doing that if he's going to be playing like that. That's going to hurt us again. Yeah, I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know what happened tonight, but he was not up for the fight tonight at all.
No,
So.
I mean, admittedly playing a bit against a pretty good opponent too, but still.
Yeah, Anyway, Ben,
Yeah.
mate,
Yeah.
love your work. Thanks for calling in.
Good chat, mate. See ya.
See ya. $2.50 Purdue's. What happened to Carlton after the GWS game in July last year? On TV, the body language at the end of the game tonight seemed oddly chill and not much sign of hurt. Cripps carrying something this year. Yeah, a few questions in there. Yeah, what did happen when we were 38 points up against the Giants 12 months ago, round 17, 2024, up by 38 or something like that? Someone can confirm that. I'm pretty sure it was 38. I don't know if it got out to 40, but yeah. All right. If anybody wants to join, there's the link. Chris.
Yo. Hey, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I am flat, but a bit traumatized. You know,
Traumatized.
Do you know? Oh man, do you know the first play of the game where I think maybe Williams hit up Charlie Curnow on the lead? So
I said it right there.
yeah,
Scores it. We're good. Misses another one of these. You know.
yeah. Like as he took the mark, I thought, yeah, we're on, and that was as happy as I got for the entire game. That was the peak. That was the peak of it all.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, that was another tough one. Not a surprise. I think we all really. I think you said it before. Deep down, we knew what we're gonna get. It's just not surprising at all, unfortunately. But I've seen a few takes that I've actually really enjoyed from the people on today, and in particular, something that a lot of people have picked up, and I'm so glad it's like publicly obvious these days. Is just the way that we saw it today with Curnow, just tapping more on the back like they're buddies. This lack of elite mentality is something that I don't know if you can put this into people. I don't know if you can do that. I don't know what your opinion is or what anyone else is thinking, but it's so disappointing. And I've noticed this for a few years now with this core group, and it's kind of led by Cripper a little bit. I see. I don't know if it's Vossi telling them, like, I don't know who tells people to act this way in a club, but the consistent like reinforcement of bad behaviors on the field is something that I don't think any team who wants to win something real big in a competition as cutthroat as the AFL, you got to be elite, man. You got to die for this thing, and I just don't see that in these actions. Like maybe it's reading a little bit much into it, but
no, I think
go ahead.
There's a comment here from New Creative Music, and I think this kind of sums that up. What you're talking about, like this is the culture,
right there, man.
I believe that is what you're talking about. It's what are the standards that are allowed, and what is the environment in which you are allowed to operate. What are the non-negotiable behaviors that everyone must adhere to?
Yep.
Does everyone have to dress a certain way? Does everyone have to fall in line? Like I understand the need to allow
positive reinforcement, a little bit, but
like I understand the need for expression. I understand the need for individuals being individuals, but at some point, like the hard work is the hard work, and you can't skip it. Like the little intangible, like the little steps have to be taken, no matter who you are. Like the Pies have all these really cool individuals who have their own quirks about them, but when push comes to shove,
they're a team, man. They're a team.
And the game starts playing, they do the little non-negotiables all the time.
Exactly right, man. Exactly. Every kick they make, there's so much thought into every kick, whether it's just a snapshot of thought. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's accurate. Every kick, they live and die for every kick. It's incredible. I love watching them play. I hate them. I love watching them play. They're so clean, man. There's so much.
How could you not?
And,
they play great footy. They play great footy.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But I think, look, man, you look at teams. I know different sports, but Michael Jordan, man, is he going to allow this shit? Is he going to allow that? No, it's elite mentality. Roy Keane, Man United, 2004. That guy, you do anything like that, any little, you're laughing, having high fives with the other team on the field, man, half time, he's knocking you over the head. Switch on. Yeah. They're not our friends. Once you get on that field, they're not buddies, man. you got to be ready to kill these people. No, of course, I'm going over the top here, but you know what I mean? Like
a competitive edge. I mean, I
Dude.
liken it to. I remember, like, I liken it to. I watched Kobe Bryant play basketball growing up,
perfect
and
example.
then this next wave came through, and they're mates. They're mates off the field. They're mates off the court. You know, so it is a little bit of the sign of the times. But I think,
yeah,
you sort of got to just pick and choose when you do. I actually haven't seen any of this footage, so I don't know what.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I was at the game. I didn't see any of
That's
this
probably why.
footage that people are talking about. So yeah, it's
really clear when you watch from home. Like you just see all these little things. Obviously, you don't really see when you're live at the game. But I think it's on Cripper personally as a cap. If you're the head cap, you're the top guy, and I think that he's a bull, man. He is elite, but as a captain, does he ask the same from everyone under him? Not so sure about that. I'll got one example that this really has been like, it's been bugging me for weeks now. I can't remember exactly what game. It might have been either Sydney or GWS game. We're about 5 goals down, playing like shit. Motlop scores a goal, and I thought he had a good game, so this isn't to just have a go at Motlop. I actually think he was one of the better players today, personally. But he's had a pretty poor season. Scores a goal. We're still 4 goals behind, and he sat down, or he did that. I don't know what the hell that was, but he did this celebration that he's thought of, whatever. Cripps comes up to him and pats him on the back. Good job, buddy. Mate, you're 4 goals behind. Grab him by the scruff. Go back. Start again. What is this?
I remember when he did it, I thought, geez, you're like, it's a pretty brave, like, shit, mate. Like, you guys better play well tonight. Yeah, like, you guys better play well tonight if you're celebrating like that. I think it was, I think he was paying.
Not the Jota one today. Different.
Oh, you're not talking about
no.
Okay, you're talking about the GWS game. Okay, yeah.
That's the one, GWS. Yeah, specifically, no, I'm not going to touch that one today. It is what it is, whatever. But this is a few weeks back. There's just an example, and like these things happen every week, as little as micro things, man. And me and my dad, my brother joke about this all the time, but we'd win the stat for the most amount of little high fives after every mistake and every turnover.
Yeah.
What is this? You know, we're not demanding excellence from these guys that we pay a lot of money from. It's can Ange Postecoglou coach us? Someone asks. Yeah, I don't know if that's the solution, but yeah, look, there's a lot of missing ingredients there that we've seen signs of in the past. I don't know where it's gone, man. I don't know how this stuff slips away. It's essentially the same team. So mentality can go up and down, though. That I know. So where has it gone? Not sure, man. But what my question is, I don't know how you think about this. Can you integrate elite mentality into players who don't necessarily have it? Can you even get to the AFL in the first place without having elite mentality? Is that possible?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, our players seem to have the worst skills in the league, but to be in the AFL, you must be you are very good at this game to make the league, and so it just comes down to the environment that you're in. Now, I was at training this week, and sometimes I feel like I might be projecting some paranoia, and so I'm very mindful of when I do training reports. Like, if it looks a little lackadaisical, I don't want to say, oh, you know, the boys look a little flat today, because maybe they're just. But when I reflect on this week in particular, like going to training, like the way that they kicked the ball tonight against the Pies was no different to the way that I saw them kick the ball to each other at training this week. It's the same. Like, yeah, that's.
Wow.
Take 10 kicks. 3 of them or 4 of them just don't hit the target. And it's like, okay, maybe I'm being paranoid, but maybe I'm not.
Mate, in my head, I just assumed it's one of those things where at training, they're clean and they're crisp and they're trying their asses off, but under the lights, maybe they just don't have it up there. So that's so disappointing to hear, man.
Just standards and culture. And I mean, I was at training earlier this week, as I said, and you know, it was quiet out there as well. Like, not a lot of extremely loud voice and just lifeless a bit. So it's translating through. It's pretty clear that they're
so disappointing to hear that.
Whatever they've checked
that makes
out,
sense.
or you know, it's Yeah.
I know you asked a few people what you want for the rest of the season. I'll just give
Yeah.
my take. At this point, I've been kind of alongside you with the, you just play the young kids, get rid of the old guys, and then we're upset that the young kids don't play well. At this point, I think the club needs to make a statement that the season is gone. I think we've all accepted this. It is well and truly. It was gone weeks ago. I kind of gave up mentally in week 4, to be honest. But I was like, probability, there's still a chance.
Yeah.
But at this, it's gone, mate. And there's a lot of these players who, frankly, need to be delisted because they've done this year after year. They've been we don't need to name names. We all know who are those players. There's no benefit in playing them anymore, man. I actually can't see the benefit to playing them. If we're going to be like this and last week and the week before playing the full team or majority of the full team, what's the point? What's the point?
True.
I can't think of one anymore. I really can't. Anyway, I'm not that upset. I'm just venting a little bit about it, but it's.
I get it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, I can still get my dad down to a couple games this season because he's disenchanted, man. He's disenchanted.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
Mate,
anyways, mate, I'll let you go. Have a great night, man. It's gonna be a long one.
We'll see. See you, mate.
Easy.
Dynamic hypnotic. The board and their puppeteers are the major cause of the weak culture at Carlton, and everything they do is to preserve their hold on the club. Boss the boss. Thoughts? Very good. Very, very good. Thanks for the $8, mate. Kylie, you knew that we wouldn't win. You're just sad. Yeah. Don't think. Dean, Link, sure, mate. Anybody can call in. Just hit that link right there in the live chat. Aiden.
Terry.
What happened to our club, mate? What's happened?
Before we get to that,
Yeah.
I actually stayed throughout the whole game. Didn't leave early. Nothing.
Really?
Nothing. I just sat in my seat, just watched. I even stayed when literally 5 minutes after the siren, 10 minutes after the siren, just sat there. That was probably the first game in a while that I haven't left early in a thrashing. Just stayed. I'm like, I'm not leaving. But yeah, pretty proud of myself for staying.
Do you know you stayed longer than me? I left. When I say I left before the siren, there was 60 seconds to go. My check was lining up, and I walked out of the MCG. I was like tossing and turning. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I'm going to show these guys.
Yeah, because my dad's like to me. He's like, let's just go. I'm like, nah, let's stay. He's like, well, I'm like, let's just witness the downfall of this once great club in 2025 with a lot of expectation. So yeah, but that was expected. Very terrible. You know what? The one thing that really pissed me off is how Harry O'Farrell kind of got hung out to dry a little bit. Like, look at the opponents that he was playing on. Like, it was inevitable that he was going to get thrown around, then ragdolled, and they kind of targeted him to an extent. Like, I thought that was pretty dumb of Voss to let a guy in his second game who's not fully developed yet go at it against three probably of the most informed forwards in the competition, and now his confidence levels are low. The leaders were shocking today. Wiedering, I thought, wasn't good enough. Doherty today, fuck me.
Oh man, it's the kick in for me. It's the kick in that he kicked over the head of, I think it might have been Ollie Hollands, and I'm like, mate, we just can't be having this anymore. Like we just can't.
I didn't see that. I was on my phone, and then my dad's like, "Oh, you're fucking joking." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Doherty miskicked someone over the head," and I'm like, "That's a leader, man. He's been there for 15 years, and he's doing that." Like, Cripps got slaughtered by Pendlebury. who else? The Koning. How that guy's worth 1.7 million, I have no idea. But good on him. Go to St Kilda. I thought Pitternet wasn't that great, but like everyone's not doing that great, honestly.
Do you know what? I'm going to battle. I'm going to go into battle for Pitt. I actually thought Pitto was the better ruckman for
Yeah.
Carlton by a country mile. Like
Yeah,
I thought he actually battled really well tonight. I know. Like I'm not trying to find a positive, but like I think there's only a couple of players who get off tonight. I think Pitto's one of them. I thought he and Hollins and maybe Zach Williams, maybe even Lockie Cowan to an extent as well.
Yeah. I would have played. I would have dropped the Koning last week and played Pitternet. You know what? I'd drop the Koning for the next 3-4 weeks and play Pitternet. Like, what worse could we do with Pitto in the team? Like, he was really good, and like, what's more to say? Like, there's nothing more to say. Like, it was just putrid. Like,
And it's
it's
hard. You
just
know, it's hard as well because I think I asked you. I think it was you. I asked you, like, you know, what do you want to see for the rest of the year? And you're like, oh, play some kids and like we'll see some excitement. And I mean, we did see some excitement from some of these kids, but at the end of the day, they can only show so much. Like they're only going to show it in little moments and contests here and there, and they're unfortunately a part of this bigger problem, which is their teammates and their senior leaders who are overpaid and underperforming.
Because if you're looking at your senior players doing that, not really lifting, then it's going to resonate throughout the whole team. Like, my dad was going off at Harry O'Farrell and Moya. I'm like, what do you want them to do? Like, have I got the leaders? Wiedering, Cripps, what's happened to them? Look, Wiedering said earlier this week, we want to make the fans proud. Well, how long can you keep saying that until you're just going to piss us all off? Because I'm telling you now, next Thursday, I think I said this to you or someone else. Brisbane, I personally think Brisbane have a better team on paper than Collingwood. What they're going to do to us next week, it's going to be worse than tonight, honestly. And I genuinely do think there won't be even 30K Marvel. Like, I think people need to just not go, because Charlie today, he said, "Well, we're going to do better next week." Like, how do you have confidence that we will? I don't.
Next week?
Yeah, because he said in the interview that next week will be a better unit. We just weren't there tonight. He said something like that, but just say it how it is. Come on.
It's deeper. You know what? Do you think someone, player or like an outgoing coach or something, do you think before the season ends, someone might actually just like say, fuck it, this is the problem?
I would love to hear that.
Can you imagine?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a bit of career suicide as well, like to really, but can someone just speak the truth? Like they're just covering up the truth.
Yeah, I mean, what is the big underlying problem? Because Harry and a couple of players said throughout the week, we're fine, we're aligned. We've never been a much more connected group. While what I'm seeing today, and even the last few weeks, they do not look connected. They look disconnected. Something's clearly fucked that dressing room badly. And
do you think the Harry and Elijah things are a part of the story here? Like it's just it's taken away.
Yep.
I don't want to blame it on two players, but I've never seen that happen.
I feel like the Elijah thing probably, I don't want to say caused more damage, but like, I don't know how true the rumors are, but I feel like that in particular kind of damaged the group as well to an extent. Like even the Harry taking leave, like we don't know like what happened there, but if you're having two players taking leave and another player, he took leave at first and then now he's taking longer leave for his second time, then clearly something's going wrong. Like it started with the Sayers one, that big pick.
But true.
Yeah, like if that happens higher up, then it's clearly going to dysfunction the whole playing group. It spreads. But yeah, then again, like I feel like now I don't think how they can keep Voss on personally. Like they just can't.
I feel for
personally
him.
feel like
I actually tonight for the first, I saw the footage of him talking to Wiedering and Cripps. It might have been at 3/4 time. I think he was. You could see the words he was saying. Is like, guys, that effort is fucking deplorable. But he wasn't yelling at them. He was just saying like, yo, like guys,
yeah.
that is fucking deplorable. And he's broken. They're broken. Everyone's broken. Like,
Yeah, I know, but like, then I actually feel bad for him to an extent. Like, as bad as a coach that he is, like, I actually feel bad for him because he's not the only problem. Like, there's more to the problem than him. But again, he'll get sacked. Brad Lloyd needs to go. Like, when Voss gets sacked, he just can't go on his own. Like, there needs to be a variety of people, even some of the people from the board who tick that signature off for him to coach our team. I genuinely think that a lot of people do need to go because you can't just have this anymore. Like, I'm sick and tired of it. Seriously,
mate,
like,
we got 2 months more.
yeah, you know what? I don't actually want to go to the games anymore.
Yeah,
Literally. Like, what's the point?
2 more months.
And there was a photo of Graham Wright, I'm pretty sure in the Medallion Club area. Love to know what he's thinking at the moment. Fuck.
Would love to
Because
talk to Graham Wright.
no, he's going to have a field day in the off season. He's licking his lips at the moment with what he's seen. So, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. And on to Brisbane for a thumping. Can't wait to see what Rayner does to us. Fuck.
Oh,
man.
yeah. Mate, Kai Lohman. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Even Lockie Neal, Will Ashcroft,
Lachie
Zach
Neale.
Bailey, Dane
Yeah.
Zorko. Fuck. It's
Because
gonna be so bad.
they're a kicking team, like a really good kicking team as well. So
Oh yeah.
good
Fuck.
luck.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah, we are.
But-
Mate, thanks for
Yeah.
calling in. Appreciate you.
So yeah.
See you, man. Ah, dear. Swag Novale, $8. Disease lives in the walls of the club and everyone's infected since 2000. Losing culture and the money-hungry corrupt this broken club. Identity crisis. I think I might screenshot that, print it, put it on my wall. Disease lives in the walls of the club and everyone's infected since 2000. Losing culture and the money-hungry corrupt this broken club. Identity crisis. Brilliant. Andrew, thank you very much for the 10. Wooden spoon in 2015. We look as bad as we did then. Cripps has had 6 different coaches in his career at Carlton. Unheard of. Sacking coaches hasn't worked. I think the way we hire coaches also hasn't worked, and the way that we build football departments hasn't worked as well. Josh Dolan, thank you for the 8. Last year, there was so many bad rumors about the Lions Vegas trip, but they overcame that and worked together as men to win the flag. We don't have men. That is a really good point. There was a lot of controversy in their preseason last year that maybe affected the start of their season, and they got through. It's a really good point. I don't think many people have brought that on. Dean, no, you're not there. Are you there? Hello? I can't hear. I think you got to. Sorry. I can't hear you. I think you got to check your whatever your output is. All right, I'll get you back later. I was waiting to use that sound. Oh, that's so good. All right. Oh man, Andy.
What a game, Tez.
What a game.
Can I just talk about some football IQ from Collingwood tonight, yeah?
Yeah.
So they're playing the same way as they did 2 years ago, right? And they're elite. But their game plan is win the ball. They don't send 15 players to the ball. They send 2. And if it's a 2-on-3, 2-on-4, they'll send 2. And they go, we're going to win this ball. And once they win the ball, then they've got 3 bonus players on maybe 5 meters from them. And shit teams like us will send 8 players in to win the ball. And then once they win the ball, because they're just cleaner and better, then they've got all these spare players loose. And then they go lateral. They go lateral into the middle of the ground. And when you're in the middle of the ground, you've got how much angle to basically kick wherever you want. And then they take the mark. And it happened again and again. And when we beat them in 2023, our pressure was so elite and we were ready for that lateral hand pass. When they hand pass lateral, we had a player there going, yeah, come. And they tackled. And then we countered the other opposite way and we scored and we won. And it's like, we've beaten this. We know what they're going to do and we can't do anything to beat them. So that's my first frustrating point. My second frustrating point of tonight is we had 46 tackles against 60. So they've out-tackled us and they've had the majority of the ball. So it's like, no one was expecting us to win. I didn't expect us to win, and I don't know why I even got agitated that we were losing. Probably because we lost by 10 plus goals. But it's, do not get out-tackled when you don't have the ball. How can a team that holds the ball for the majority of the game out-tackle you? So it shows a lot on the intent of the playing group. If you were going to win this game, they're clearly more drilled, more skilled. The only way you're going to beat them is through sheer aggressive nature and pressure. That's the only way you can beat them, because then they start getting in their own heads with perceived pressure, and then you can beat them. So tonight, they came with an intent at the first quarter. Charlie set the tone by missing a set shot, which he would usually kick. Is that right, buddy? Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry, mate. And then the rest of the team follows. And it's like, we pull our hair out going, well, why can't you be better? And then it just goes downhill skiing after that. So, and then you could just see they got in their shells. The amount of times that I saw us win the ball out of the middle and they didn't use the forward hand pass, there'd be a midfielder 10 meters from like the play, and they just had to, I don't know if you saw it from the ground, you just had to hand pass it over, and then you could literally run in and have a set shot. One of the midfielders could have kicked a goal, and they just kept kicking it long. And it's like, just use that forward hand pass. That's what made us so good 2 years ago. And they refuse to do it now. And it's just like, it's clear as day. Just use the handball. Stop hand passing it a meter with people in front of you. You've got a midfielder 10 meters away. You're looking right at him, and they look and they go, oh, I'm not going to do it. And then they fucking kick it long, and then Darcy Moore marks, and out they come. So it's a real frustrating watch. One thing I want to say, and I've got a lot of people like, oh, Cripps, Cripps. Cripps has been carrying this team for a decade and had to cop shit of how much coaches, players have sucked around him, and he's just done what he has been able to do, which is put the team on his back. He's having a down year. He's won a Brownlow last year. He usually goes down a little bit the year after. But he is a gun. And I think a big part of our problem is we're always playing catch up. So Cripps is, I didn't rate Mark Murphy as a captain. I thought he didn't really always lead by example. He was fairly weak, and he had a couple of good years, but for the majority of his career, I think he was average. And then we've replaced him with Cripps, and Cripps is 10 points better than him, but possibly not the guy that is going to take us to the next stage. So then we need someone better than Cripps now. So we're always sort of chasing.
Do you know what's really interesting? What I've seen about the Murphy Cripps comparison. So Cripps has what Murphy doesn't, and Murphy has what Cripps doesn't. So what's our issue right now? Our foot skills. Murphy was one of the better kicks that we had. Like, he had that skill, but he didn't have that, brutality because he was a smaller midfielder. Cripps has got the brutality, he's got the contested game, but his kicking skills and I guess the team's kicking skills, it's the polar opposite. What do they say? The brains and the brawn.
Do you know what I think? The thing that they both lack. I think the thing that they both lack, and it's something that people complain about, even I somewhat complain about it, is you don't see him I don't see him demanding or commanding things on the field from people. Like, I see it a little bit, but Murphy, I never saw it. Never did I once see him grabbing a guy and going, hey, you needed to do that. You need to listen. Go back and do it. And I don't see Cripps doing that much either. He seems to be doing it a little bit now out of frustration. But I think he's just done what he can as a leader and as a player. I don't think he can give any much more. So I don't give him shit. I'm like, mate, this guy's done enough for this club. What about someone else put their hand up and step up and pull their weight? On a positive note, Moya, he just looked dynamic and looked to be very creative tonight. And I just think we just need to keep playing him. Like, some of the kicks to him, there's like, you see when Collingwood kick, they kick to space and they kick it direct.
Yeah.
When we kicked to Moya when he was free, it was still that little arching. It gives defenders time to get there.
Yeah.
So they need to kick more direct and to the space. And I think he'll take a lot out of tonight's game. And I think he did really well. Like, I thought he was.
I think I might go. I know this is going to sound strange. I think I might go watch Collingwood train this week.
You should.
To see if I'm being paranoid. Paul, like I said earlier, Paul and I were at training this week and we were watching it and we're like, man, first of all, it's quiet. And secondly, like, the skills are shit. And maybe Terry, I'm being paranoid.
Just on that, sorry to cut you off. So you said the skills are shit and you can see from the stands that they're missing simple kicks, yeah?
Yeah.
What happens when they miss simple kicks at training?
Nothing.
So have you heard the things with Ross Lyon this year around training?
So I've heard that if there's like a missed kick in a drill, player like stops and like runs the lap or does some sort of a punishment immediately.
They run.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got my son, he's playing under-9s district basketball in South Australia. When they don't listen, when they don't do the simple things well, do you know what they do? They run. And guess what happens after they run?
They hit their targets after that.
They fucking make moves, man. They go, I don't want to keep running laps. And they freaking hit their passes. And they do a forward pass. And they screen. And they do layups. And they block. And they scrap for the ball. And you wouldn't believe that even at a young age that people would react that way. But they do. It's a sense of pride. Because if one person doesn't do it, the team runs. Mark Williams, everywhere he's gone. So obviously was at Port as a coach, went to freaking, where's he gone? He's gone to Melbourne. He's gone to clubs that have won the flag. Mark Williams is one of those people. And this is why people are giving a lot of stuff for him to come to our club. He is a skills first coach. So if you cannot hit simple kicks, mate, you know about it at training especially. You know about it. And our club, like you've gone to a training session and they're missing simple kicks and it's just, play on. You'll get it next time. It's like, nah. You need to be made an example of. You're an AFL footballer. If I'm freaking kicking a ball for 36 hours, 40 hours a week, should I be elite at that skill?
Yeah.
I would have thought the answer is yes.
I don't know who came on earlier and he said, they don't have pride in their craft. And I think that's a very fair comment at the moment.
Pride isn't enough, Terry.
Yeah.
Pride
Yeah.
isn't enough and pay isn't enough if you're not being held accountable for those things. Pride will only get you so far. You're still getting paid at the end of it.
Wait,
So if you're
what happened to guys get comfortable being uncomfortable? What happened to that?
Bolt said that a fair bit.
Vossi was saying it. What happened to Pound the Rock? What happened to what the fuck did they do in the preseason? What was their preseason like?
Their preseason, from what I saw, was handover, which they still aren't getting right now. They did a big long segment in the preseason about handover. Oh, I'm letting him go. You take him, and they still hand over poorly because that was our stoppage problem. We'd just let players run through and no one would hand over. And besides that, run back and flood the backline guys, and we won't get scored against. I think that was our game plan. So,
anyway,
lots of talk about Vossi. I like you said today when he pulled the leaders in. I think he's out of answers. He can't spray them. He's already sprayed them too many times. He's lost his sprays this year, so he can't keep yelling at them. So now he's at the point of like begging and pleading with them, guys, can you please be better? And they go, we can't. We've got nothing. We've got no answers for you. So,
mate, thanks for calling in. Three times in 2 days. Good to have you on, mate. It's good stuff.
Keen, mate.
Appreciate it. All right.
No worries.
See ya. Petra, having Cocoa Pops and hot milk and toast. Absolute chalia. Cocoa Pops and hot milk with toast. Sounds good. Ben, Carlton breaks everyone. Yeah. Ty, thank you for the 5. The only good thing about Carlton right now is its supporters and avenues like this to express how much this club sucks right now. Thank you, mate. We have to. we have to get the message across. Andy, what's up, man?
Jerry, what's going on, mate?
Well, that was a fucking clusterfuck.
Nice way to put it.
Are you mad? Is it even like? Are we like? Are we there?
I'm not. I expect, like we all expected, it was going to be it could be a really bad night, and I think the numbers showed that. I'm not really mad at the game. We're not good. Like we're just not good. We're so far off it, and Collingwood is the benchmark. I really, really enjoyed the last guy that came on. I loved him. First time I've heard him speak. Champion. He said something really good about pride, and pride can only get you so far. And then I read something in the comments, and it was like pride is almost an excuse or a distraction for mediocrity. Something like that. I can't remember the message. We talk about pride a lot, and we talk about what it means to wear the jumper and how much we love the monogram. And someone you mentioned just before, someone said they have no pride in their craft. I think it's just way beyond pride at this point. I think it's pure just lack of want. I don't think I think it's like on field. I think it's lack of wanting to maybe take orders, maybe adapt to change, maybe adapt. And it might not even be intentional. It probably isn't. Let's be real. These players aren't going out there thinking, you know what, I'm not going to listen to my coach today. I think it's definitely off the track for me, right? Like training and I think the education during training has to improve. The messaging coming out, it's not hitting the players, right? Or if it is, then the players just aren't educated enough to bring that out on the field. And I think for me, there's just that massive disconnect between what we want to do and what we are doing. I don't know what we want to do. I actually don't even, I watch the play, and where we sit behind the goals. there's no structure to anything we do. So the plan isn't to just kick it sideways, go long. That can't be the plan, right?
Mm.
So for me, there's a clear disconnect with education, right? The education at the club, at coach player level, there's issues there for me.
And then I think, you know what the wild thing about Carlton is, whenever any conversation comes up, I think you're right. And then I think it's compounded by other problems. And it's like, which one's the most important problem? and it's like, okay, what's the solution? And then it's like, okay, well, there's a solution to like this problem. But then we find ourselves going to the next problem. It's like, okay, what should the priority be? And I don't know. Like, what do you think the most important first step to improving is?
You're asking me the $1 million question, man.
True,
Like,
true.
That's if we had the answer to that, bro.
True, fair. Okay.
I think
like
what I would do, I would sort out coaching and education. I think that's where I've landed tonight. Watching Collingwood move the ball with purpose, with intent, and then watching us, it looks like we don't have a plan. Everything we did was unstructured. And I feel like we're just lacking in education. I think that's one. And that's coaching for me. I'm not saying like the players get off scot-free here, because again, the players for me lack want and desire as well. And when things start going the other way, like in that massive momentum against us, man, our players just go back into their shells, get real fidgety, that panic sets in, and yeah, there's a lot to work on. But the best clubs manage these issues a lot better than us. It appears anyway from the outside.
Yeah. My best guess is the identity part. I don't know if identity and culture are the same thing, but my best guess is the identity part, because there are so many, like the fans speak about Carlton. Like if we just talk the way, like what fans think Carlton is, you sort of separate it into, did you grow up pre-1995? Did you grow up post-1995? And so immediately there's a different identity to Carlton. I saw flags, I saw spoons. So like immediately there's a like clear distinction right there, right? So I find myself in this point where I started doing all of this kind of projecting what the previous generation told me Carlton was. It's excellence, it's standards, it's winning, it's second place is not good enough, it's John Elliott, it's we go and get the fucking best no matter what. Like it's all of that. And I'm like, okay, cool, I'll just carry on with that message. And then the more far away we get from that, it's like, it's not that. So what do I have to accept? What it is or what it used to be? Like, what's the middle ground of what it's going to be? Because we're like tripping over ourselves of what Carlton is, and everyone's got a different like identity of it. And then there's that whole class gap of the common Carlton fan, the corporate Carlton fan, the coterie groups. So it's like, what's the kumbaya? What's the we're all on the same page? What's it gonna take to get to that point?
I can't see that ever happening.
But it has
I can't see it happening, Terry. I genuinely can't. I think the gaps are too wide. We can bring them closer, and I think the closest we got was that 2023 season. But I can't see the gaps closing to the point where we're on the same level. I can't see it, because that past supporter has that arrogance, and we've somewhat inherited, unwarranted, but we've inherited some of that arrogance. But the post-premiership supporter is so jaded. So I think there's just...
But even these players have inherited that. Like,
yeah,
they're stars, they're superstars, $1 million contracts, they're this, they're that, the attention, the followers. It's like, you didn't earn that.
Mm.
You got that because of the hard work that was done decades ago. Oh,
I remember a few years ago, I was watching AFL 360 and Melbourne went on a run. This isn't even about Carlton. This was Melbourne. And they went on a run. And this is after they won the flag. And they went on a 12 or so, or maybe 10-game run or whatever. And some of the players were sooking it up during a game about something. And for the life of me, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Jason Dunstall. Turned around and said, "You won one flag 2 years ago," or whatever it was. It's a new season. You deserve nothing. You have earned nothing.
mm,
I feel like maybe we let too much pass at our football club at every level. We don't deserve anything as supporters. We're not entitled to anything. It's nice to have a premiership. I'm sure it would be fantastic. I don't know. But we're not entitled to that. And on the flip side, the football club isn't entitled to our blind support.
mm.
So I think the middle ground in that department is accountability on both ends. Now, the club loves to hold us accountable. Not come down, bring the noise, come in, all that, stick fat, all the stuff they always say. And you know what? We hold our end of the bargain. We hold up our end of the bargain. Does the club hold up theirs? I'm not quite sure.
No. Well, it doesn't. It
Mm.
doesn't.
Mm.
It doesn't. And then you sort of see they'll do the connection part when there's damage control, like when it spills out at its absolute worst, and
Hey, and
that's
damage
why,
control.
that's why there's mistrust. There's like the trust is broken.
Well done to yourself for getting that interview with the press. Fantastic. Good on you, bro. That to me just reeked. They're nervous, bro. They're nervous, and tonight's numbers show like supporters aren't showing up. They're not going to show up. So maybe this is a step for the club to say we can't lose that supporter base.
I think he had no choice, which is very powerful. But I mean, whether it was this week, whether it was next week, he had no choice, which I think goes to show what. No, I think it was timed okay. I think it was timed okay, personally. I mean, look, at the end of the day, and it goes kind of both ways. Like, he doesn't trust me. I don't trust him. We don't trust each other. But, like, for the greater good, had to be done. Actions is the only thing that's going to matter. Like, there were some things that he said, I thought, yeah, that's good. There were some things that he said, I thought, mate,
business.
You can't be slipping up on business. You can't be doing that, bro.
When I heard that and he corrected himself, I was like, oh no, here we go.
Mate, Rob, what have you done, mate? But I still think dialogue is important because my opinion is the connection to the fans is breaking rapidly. So you got to try and do something different. And not just do it one-off, like, let more questions come, let more discussion happen. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone at the club's position now is like in question, except for
Rightfully
the CEO.
So.
Like,
rightfully so.
Everyone, like absolutely everyone. Like,
is it exciting? Or is it more so, here we go again?
It can only be exciting if the proper change happens.
We won't even know, though. It's going to take us probably 2 years to work out if the proper changes happened.
And this
How are you approaching this change period? Optimistic, or a bit standoffish, a bit weary?
I want to know if Graham Wright's recommendations are going to be made public, and if all of them are going to be made public. Because let's be honest, what if he sees the club for what it is and like, you know what, we've got to change a little bit about how we structure our board. are the board going to say, you know what, we accept that, and a couple of us are going to step away and we're going to restructure this and we're going to do it? Would they accept that? Would they be able to do that? Because like it's games, it's politics, it's games, and you got votes of confidence. Like that's the game. It's happening at AFL Commission. It's happening upstairs, at the league. So does the real change happen? That's the question. Yeah. And this is the hard thing. The trust is gone. So if Graham Wright says, all right, Voss is our man and we're going to build these assistants around him, like, is everyone going to get around that because Graham Wright said it? Or is everyone going to say, nah, the board didn't let him sack him? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's just, we're in this rock and hard place of no trust.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going into this optimistic. I'm thinking about the greater good. I'm not thinking next year. I'm not thinking year after. Culture has to begin now. We need to, don't worry about rebuilding the side. I'm talking rebuild culture. Get some culture into the club. Good culture. Maybe look at recruiting someone, older from another club, from a successful club, who can bring something to teach these younger guys about culture. Just like what Luke Hodge did to Brisbane. Something like, it's hard to find a Luke Hodge. I know he's such a, but if you can get someone like that in and just help build a culture. For me, that's what I want to see. I want to see a good culture. In 5 years, I want to look back and say, this was the point where our culture began. It was planted. The seed was planted on this day.
Yeah. How will you know if you're seeing that in the next 7 weeks? Like, is it certain players being dropped? Is it like
a bit of everything? I think, yeah. So I think if he turns around and drops, a couple of really, really big names, then you know what? That's culture. That's accountability and culture. Now, don't just do it for 1 week. Don't just do it just to appease us and quieten us down for a week.
Yeah.
I said this a couple of weeks ago on your show. I want to see good habits. Start them now. Start these good habits now, whether it's accountability, selection, integrity, whatever. On field, we're screwed at the moment. But we can try to plant the seeds of good habit and take it into next season. Take it into the season after. We have to go slow. We're not. I don't think we're in a position where 1 or 2 changes is going to shoot us up the ladder. Unfortunately, I think we've stuffed this list. I think we've stuffed the list. I'm not talking about blow it up, but there's going to be players that probably need to be moved on, and
there'll be 6 to 8 for sure. 6 to 8.
Yeah, there'll be
list
mass
changes made.
Yeah, surely. Yeah. So I think it is a long-term kind of thing. I just think we stick by the club and hold them accountable where we can, and we hold them accountable by yourself being able to speak exactly to the press, ask a few questions. I'm sure you couldn't ask what you probably wanted to ask.
No, to be honest with you, like there was no restrictions on anything. It was, I mean,
no,
it was
I
all
don't mean restrictions. I don't mean restrictions. I meant like more so emotionally. Like you're pretty good at keeping your emotions in check.
I think that's important for such a conversation. Like did I want to like scream, mate, what the fuck's going on, Brett?
That's
like
what I mean. Yeah.
Yes, but is that going to really get us
you can't.
anywhere?
That'll take us 5 steps back as far as getting that engagement with the club. So, or getting that transparency from the club. Eventually we'd love to have full transparency. It'll never happen. But we'd love to have a relationship with the club, not just, platforms, but just the standard supporter, just your supporter sitting at home, watching now, just cruising on Instagram. We'd love to have proper dialogue with the club eventually. And I think this is a good start. And I think for that to happen, people have to have cool heads. Have to. So well done on that.
Thank you. And I think when Sayers came on first, he fucked it up this year, but he also made some real inroads in this space, because he did a live stream and it was, I asked one question, I think Pommy asked one question, I think Joe asked one question, and I reckon Paul asked a question. He sort of had like around, I reckon that can happen very easily. Very easily. You know, I mean, live is scary because live chat is out of control.
Of course.
So it's like, can you trust everyone to behave? Probably not.
As long as make sure they don't see the chat.
But I really do think we can break through, because if you can hook into the digital fan at Carlton, you've got you've got something. So I don't know.
Hats off to you, bro.
Yeah,
Good
mate.
stuff.
We're all chipping away. Yeah, good chat. Thanks for coming in.
Always a pleasure, bro.
I remember. See ya.
Take care.
Wow, that was deep. That went for a good minute. That was deep. Okay. Knackers, at least they played Sweet Caroline at 3/4 time. Rocco, swear I heard fans booing TDK. Can anyone confirm? I cannot confirm that. I did not hear that or see that. Anyone know where a place where I can get a good deal on black spray paint? Thanks, Sam. Dione, another 200 Thai baht. Thank you. Thinking back to the president chat, he said he has seen 8 flags. You said you'd seen 5 spoons. The Prez saw those 5 spoons too, but it did not resonate at all for his memory. The Great Divide. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Only Carlton.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually really enjoyed that chat with Andy just then. That was
no, it was good. Andy
I
always.
mean, I've enjoyed the whole
I
show. I've enjoyed absolutely all of it. It's just that one. I reckon I got into a little trance there, like a little vortex. That was good.
Yeah. Look, that game. I'm not even upset. I don't think a lot of people are upset. I saw what we saw. Like that's who we are, right?
Yeah, that's us. It's
That's
broken.
us. Like you have leaders not leading. There's nothing new. We've seen it the last 3 weeks. You have young players looking like they're not ready for the AFL, which is nothing new. We've seen it the last 3 weeks. We've seen it the whole season. What's there to be upset about? Like I don't know how to feel. I don't feel anything. Right.
Yeah, it's you clearly can't be getting mad at the week to week now, because we just know this team's not good and broken. I think the madness and the anger will come at, and it's actually sadness the way I'm feeling it and seeing it tonight. It's wow, another decade, and they've got a little bit more to show than what the previous decade had to show, but it does feel like an end of this era. You know, this 10-year block. It does feel a little bit like that. Like the 2015 draft was 10 years ago. The one that we built the spine around.
Yeah. And what do we have to show for it? We have a prelim. Which
fucking good night.
It's a great memory. Well, not even the prelim. We lost the prelim. The semi-final.
Semi-final.
We live off that semi-final.
It was a fucking great night.
I don't know. Like, you see Voss after the game. I'm guessing you haven't seen any clips. There's a clip of Voss talking to Cripps and Weeders, and he like there's lip readers that read what he said, and he said that effort was fucking deplorable. Deplorable. That's what he said. To his
I
leaders.
did see that. I did see that.
I feel so bad for him. Wholeheartedly, I see a man that has no control over what's happening on the pitch.
Yeah.
No control. You can't say that night directive, like their directive was to kick it wide and miss tackles, miss kicks. That's not a coaching directive. And I don't think Voss is going to survive. I think Monday he's fired. Or he's sacked. I don't think the club's going to stick with him. I don't think so. Not after a 10-goal loss to Collingwood, where the whole week your players banked on winning. The whole media week was banked on a response, right? Jacob Wiedering, vice captain, he said the players will definitely respond. That's a quote. He said that. definitely respond, right? That wasn't a response. So what now? What are they going to say now? Are they going to
What
tell
are
us to
they
stick
going
back?
What are they going to say, and who are they going to put up to speak?
Exactly. They've thrown the captain to the wolves, right? Chris came out. Wittering was doing interviews on SEN and radio, and who else? And they normally chuck like the best player from that game, right? They're usually like a post game conference, like back in the rooms. Who was our best player that game? Zach Williams. That's it.
Zach
He played
Williams. Yeah.
64% time on ground, and he was our best on ground. Like, that says so much. He played half the game and was our best on ground.
Yeah.
You had Charlie Curnow, right? He had an okay game. He didn't kick any goals. He got involved. He moved up the pitch. He took less contested marks than Nick Dacos that game. That's
You know what the only thing left to do is for the Carlton Football Club?
What?
Tell the truth.
Yep. They
Tell the truth. The truth will set you free. Just tell us what happened. What happened?
Yeah, just I would love for the players to come out and be like, yeah, you know, we're not connected. We're disconnected right now. We're not playing as a good team.
We're scared.
You know,
it's too much for us. Like, just tell us the fucking truth.
Yeah. Like, and I feel like that's right now. Like I was talking to you before, I feel like this win would have brought unity. No other win this season is going to bring unity now, right? The playing group, the coaching group, the fans will always be fractured for the rest of this year. They will be, right? That's just a fact. The only thing that can maybe salvage it is if they come out and be transparent. But this club will never be transparent. It'll never be transparent. They have no need to be transparent, right? Off the field, they're making money. They're a successful club off the field, right? And they've been a shit club for the last 10, 15 years, 20, 30 years even. They have no need to do that. Why would they do that, right? So many people, especially higher up in the board, right, they're prideful people. You know, they take pride in, you know, the big Carlton Football Club, you know, that persona, that identity off the field that we have. You know, like we're a big club, you know, putting the monogram on makes you, like, it means something. Doesn't mean shit. Hasn't meant shit over the last 5 years, right? You got players coming here who, and you were talking about, I think it was you or maybe it was someone else saying, a lot of these players just playing for Carlton is an achievement enough, right? Because of the work that's been put by the people 30 years ago, like your Kernahans, your Kudafidis, right? The ones that built this club, and before them as well. Who's building this club? We have leaders that don't lead, and that trickles down to the younger players. Like I saw Harry O'Farrell, right? Poor kid. He did not look like he was ready, and his teammates didn't do him any favors. Zero favors. Like I looked at him and it looked like he was wanting to cry at some points. Like and he got singled out. Coaching wise, he got singled out. McRae, whoever O'Farrell played on, they singled it out. Like
well, that's the difference between Collingwood. I mean, there's a lot of differences between Collingwood and us, but they've advanced their game beyond the fundamentals. That they start playing like mind games and like, oh, we're going to isolate Harry O'Farrell with this play. Like, we're just trying to get the ball from one end to the other and hopefully kick the ball through the sticks. Like, these guys are like thinking about, guys, let's isolate Harry O'Farrell. Like, they're playing mind games. They're playing chess. We're out here playing Connect Four. You know.
We're trying to hit 15-meter targets. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. We're asking for effort.
Yeah.
And they're building like a 5,000-piece puzzle.
That was such a stark contrast, man, between two teams that are on complete opposite spectrums right now. That was like the sun and the moon. That was the difference between us and them.
Yeah.
It was, and you saw Collingwood players, they were enjoying it. Like, they enjoy playing against us. They were having fun. You know, you can see them talking shit. One of them went after one of our players, and our players just, I don't know, man. Like, they stick up for him, but they don't. They seem so dejected. They don't, like, again, they just don't want to be there. None of them want to be there. The effort tonight was surprisingly worse than I've seen the last 2-3 weeks, which I thought I thought that was pretty surprising, considering I thought last week was rock bottom, and then they managed to play even worse.
Do you think they played worse tonight
than last week? I think so. I think so.
I thought I saw some better passages of play, but they all crumbled at that last final moment. If it was the last kick inside 50, but I thought I did see better passages of play. Still nowhere near good enough, but I thought last week was a real giving up.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just the opposition we played as well, and like you just got more respect for Collingwood because they're the best team in the league, and you think, okay,
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's neither here or there. It's semantics, but I mean, we've got the Lions in 6 days.
Let's not talk about the Lions in 6 days.
Bro, what do you mean, man?
Let's not talk about it. That's not, it doesn't like I've seen. I've seen people talk a lot about Crips, right? And I love Crips. Number one Crips fan over here. Can you hear me? Is the train too loud?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Right, number one Crips fan. Right, I love him to death. I said before, I died for him. I would still die for him today. But I feel like he's a captain that leads by example, right? He's not a vocal captain where he'll pull in his playing group, he'll give him a spray. He's not a captain. He leads by example and you follow him. When he's not leading by example like he has been all year, right? Like he's had a terrible year. He's had a terrible 3-4 weeks. We don't have an on-field leader. We do not have an on-field leader. Like Kerner's not going to lead, right? We've established that. Whoever made him vice captain should get sacked tomorrow. Jacob Wiedering is our closest, but again, he's not the captain, you know what I mean? Like only the captain can rally the players like that. Like, and I feel like, again, I feel like if he lets the captaincy go and gives it to someone like Wiedering or gives it to someone else, I don't even know who the next captain would be, but I feel like that would take a lot off his shoulders because you can see him, man. Like he's struggling. Like it breaks my heart. He's struggling. You can see him there. You can see him at games like at the Port game. Like he's not having a good time. Like obviously, but it breaks my heart. Real shit.
Yeah. I guess we have to wait for that edit for next year.
I'll tell you what. I'll make plenty of edits off this game. Don't worry.
Yeah. Man, thanks for calling in as always.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for having me on.
See ya. Mark.
What's up?
How are you? Yeah, mate, I'm good. How are you?
Ah, jeez. No, I'm not going to get the cash out or the medals tonight as much as I would love to. I think it already spoke volumes from last week. But look, let's face the simple facts. Today's modern game is speed that kills, right? Speed simply kills. I mean, look, probably just to the last caller before and whoever else you've had on tonight, there actually were times that we tried to look pretty quick. However, though, you turn the ball over and you just see how they are able to just trust each other, knowing where to find position and ground all across the whole game, Collingwood. And to be fair, I reckon they'll even lucky at halftime to probably maybe just be on the first gear, if not 1.5. And then you saw in the third quarter of, well, them putting the foot on the throat as they did. And to be fair, I think we're probably lucky it probably wasn't 80 or 90 points, if not 100, because the way that it was looking in the third quarter, it was like, Terry, how many times have I mentioned about ruthless aggression and blood? What they did in that third was scary, man. They should have piled on 24, 25 goals for the game. They should have.
You know, we're seeing ruthless aggression against us, but with skill, not with physicality. Like, the Pies were physical, don't get me wrong, but their skill is what killed us. Their foot skills.
But just finding acres of space as well.
Yeah.
Just simply finding acres of space. I mean, like, what else is there to say? Everyone saw it right in front of their own eyes. I was actually surprised that we still managed to have 75,500 people still rocked up.
Did you believe that? As in, did you believe that figure? Or do you reckon there was a few porkies? I don't know. I'm a bit skeptical about 75,000.
Terry, we've had the $10 ticket giveaway where you could probably order a nice Big Mac and just eat yourself in depression or skull whatever you're sculling right now. What else? I don't know. Other freebies? I'm not too sure, to be honest. I mean, God, it's already, 20-1, and who knows who's next to be acting cuckoo. But, I mean, look.
I actually think we've been pretty, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this has been one of the most productive fan cams so far. I mean, it's not over yet, so anything can happen, but I think this is one of the more productive ones that I've been a part of.
Have you had Paul on, Joe and co, or not yet?
No, I haven't had them on.
Well, you and Paul in particular, you have my vote. Form a ticket for what's next to come. But as far as tonight with the game itself, yeah, as you saw, just a clinical side that literally has one goal, and the goal that, hey, unfortunately for us in Essendon, it may not happen anytime soon. Collingwood's simple goal is to get to the unprecedented 17. And the sad thing is we just can't do anything about it. We can sit there, have our opinions. And unfortunately, there is nothing else to do. I mean, we can't act of violence, can't act of sort of other trauma. They're going to do it.
That's an important point. We got to get the message across without doing something illegal or destructive, or it's got to be done smartly, which I actually think we're already doing it as fans. The voices and the messages are getting through. It's very clear.
Are those messages and so getting clear from those above? I mean, I noticed we all watched the recent chat that you had with the Prez.
Yeah.
Sorry, as you're saying.
No, I said, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. I thought you were going to add on to something. Well, to be fair, in my opinion, just raised my eyebrows there. Whether you have another interview with him, yeah.
Raise my eyebrows.
I'm not going to lay any further comment, but let's face it, right? Hey, you did it. Who knows who you're going to do next? But come the second time, just go for broke. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say as far as that. Because
what does that mean?
What does that mean? Say what you got to say.
What do you think I have? I did ask what I had to ask. What do you think I have to ask?
Anything that you might have forgotten.
I asked exactly what I wanted. I asked exactly what I wanted to ask.
Okay, like I said, that's my opinion.
Yeah, but like, if
that's
something you want to ask, what would you have asked?
What would I have asked? Let's say, who was obviously responsible from day one to pick the coach that we have now, and how players just look uninspired. Obviously, Jaden's been very used loosely as of late, but just completely unmotivated to play for a guy that obviously had his success as a player in Voss, in which I just think.
But we know the answer to that question. We know who picked him as the coach. We know who we know who was on the committee. Like, we know the answer to that question.
I mean, are we seriously going to go for another coach again?
Maybe. It looks like it. Maybe.
I mean, like, how many? Like, could I just say, for our current captain, Patrick Cripps, you've gone through Mick Moldhouse. You've gone through the interim of John Barker. Then it became Bretton Bolton. Then it became David Teague. Still hasn't picked up the phone. And now Voss.
He's still. I think he's lost his phone. He's got a new number. Yeah.
Nah, mate. He pretty much had the Nokia, not the current iPhones of these days.
Mm.
And then you got Voss, obviously. Well, hey, proven winner on field. Maybe he might actually be licking his lips to actually like test a few waters with this current playing group. And they're just pissing it down the drain in front of him. So what's next? What is next?
Yeah.
Like 5, 6 different coaches within a decade? Like, it's like a student having to go through that many teachers in the 1 year of schooling. It's ridiculous. And you know what? What's your take as far as just making the call on Charlie Curnow, as far as dropping for a game or two? What are we afraid of?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. May as well.
I mean, look, whether people
But
want to take it to the
also, it's like, yeah, I don't care passionately about it either way. Do I think it would send a message? Maybe it would. I don't think Charlie's moving. But I mean, is this a year that we're going to look back and say he lost his athleticism, or is this a year that we're going to look back and say the surgeries preseason just never had him moving the way he can move? Like, I'm not sure if this is a temporary point in time for Charlie and his athleticism is like clearly gone, or if this is how it's going to be from now on. He looks a little Levi Casboldy, if that makes sense.
Depends how people want to put it, really. I mean, let's face it, when he obviously didn't play for that year and a half or so period from middle of 2019 to the later part of 2021, and then we saw basically the 2-3 years of what we never thought would be possible, where he went back-to-back Coleman medals and had 62, 63 games consecutively kicking goals. And now he's gone, the last 3 weeks without one? Like, I mean, hey, he's paying more attention on his Instagram and trying to impress the missus than anything else.
Anyway, Mark, it's always a pleasure, my friend.
Anyways, mate, good on you with your interview again, I guess. But like I said, who knows who's next? But man, honestly, I'm seriously out of words. I know I'm better than this, but oh boy, Brisbane next, eh? Oh gosh.
See you there, my friend.
Oh, enjoy your night.
See you, mate. Pierre, we have a leadership team of introverts. Has Charlie played well since Ed left? That's a really interesting question. Dean.
Capcom, go. Ecom, go.
I'm echoing.
Ready to launch, Terry. We're ready to launch.
Hang on, I'm echoing. I think you might have me on another tab.
I do, actually. Hang on.
Bruh.
Is that better?
Yep. Well,
somebody has to be the resident troglodyte as party membership group. Terry, I'm happy to be that, you know.
I just really wanted to use that. Hang on, I'm echoing again. What's happening?
I've only got you on one tab.
On StreamYard.
Yeah.
We're going to roll with it then.
Well, if you can see people in the chat getting pissed off, let me know. And I'll
that's all good. It's all good, mate.
Was your sister on the other week and she ate a whole pizza after the last game? Is that what she said to you?
Sounds like Steph.
Yeah. I think I've outdone her tonight.
Well, you ate your feelings?
Yeah. And you know what? I didn't eat anything at the game. I reckon I had one drink with a mate in the MCC, and I've nearly since I've got home, I've nearly polished off a bottle of red, and put a pizza in the oven, and it's just it's really sad. But I don't know where to start. You know what? Just on your conversation around broken players and the list being broken, I'm going to be serious for just 2 seconds on this. Our service people that came back from World War One and World War Two were broken. Kids that got drafted to Vietnam were broken. A little kid that loses his parent to cancer is broken. A parent that loses a child prematurely is broken. If any player in this list feels broken, have an appointment with Graham Wright's executive assistant on Monday and resign. Because, seriously, mate, it's professional, it's a game, but if you're feeling broken, then I'm sorry, mate. There's the front door, and you know where to go. It might be bad. It might be bad. We might be badly coached. There might be people in the wrong position. All this stuff is fixable. But if you feel broken, mate, you can go to Adelaide. You can do whatever you want. You can go to St Kilda. But I just, seriously, mate, I can't cop that. I just can't. But the game. I actually thought for the first quarter, I thought they actually tackled quite well. I thought they were actually in the game for almost a quarter and a half. Like a lot of supporters tonight and members, I think I was frustrated at the opportunities that were lost in that first quarter and a half. There were some fairly obvious ones. But again, I think the really disappointing thing was, I think it was halfway through that second quarter where I think Collingwood got the 4-goal break. It just seemed like that was it. Enough. There was just that capitulation, it sort of came through again. And I don't know, mate. It's just the skill, the fundamental skill errors. Like, it's just, I could rattle 20 off, but I'm not going to bore everybody that's still online with you, but they were just so obvious, And even Zach Williams, who was, I reckon, was one of our best players on the night. I mean, I can point to a fundamental error in that second quarter where he should have handballed over the top to Fogarty, who then should have kicked it into the forward line, and Zachy goes for the long kick. It's just things like that just keep letting us down, Akers is out on his own, gets a handball, out of the pocket on the flank. I mean, that should be a goal. You're on your own, mate. There's no pressure on you. I mean, you are nearly a 10-year player. You have to kick that goal.
Yeah.
It's just,
You know what it kind of looks like at this stage? I mean, Charlie's 10 years into his career, and it's like we're still waiting for Charlie to mature as a player.
He's 28. He's 28.
Yeah.
He's 28. Look, I think we've all heard this. I mean, I think there are a few guys out there carrying some wounds. And we can't. Injuries aren't an excuse, but they're a reason. But I think there are, and I think they're in the senior group too. I mean, I think they're pretty obvious. I think Charlie's been carrying a injury since the start of the year. So's Cripper. Wiedering's not right. But look, with 8 weeks to go, do you keep playing them, or do you start? I mean, what you were talking about hope before. What do you want to get between now and the end of the year? Like I think it's almost it is mathematically impossible for us to make the 8. So what do we? Is it? Yeah, look at it. Don't start. Don't start, Terry.
No, I think we've got 7 games left. We've won 6. That would mean 13 wins. I don't know if 13 wins is enough this year.
Well, look, hope is. It's like some of your other previous members and viewers were saying tonight. It's like more. He was okay, but it's like you got to keep playing him, mate. I mean, I think. Poor old Billy Wilson, like, I reckon he was stiff to get dropped. Like, he mightn't have been great last week, but I mean, to debut in that type of game and get dropped, I reckon's, pretty harsh. Young comes off the bench again tonight. I mean, what hope has he got? Well, anyway, for me, hope is if you want to get something out of the season, we've really got to find out, the kids and the guys that can kind of step up. It sounds pretty simplistic, but that's it,
I think we pretty much are playing everyone bar one or two names tonight. And I think we'll definitely see those two names before the season ends.
Yeah. Well, the only one that hasn't played is who we've been talking about, Harry Charlton. Like the likes of, I mean, he's just
three.
Does he get a
Charlton,
game?
Charlton, Lemmy, and Ben Camper. I think they will. For sure. It's only a matter of time.
And I think Ben Camporelli has been putting together like the stats, like the form's there, like and whether Lucas sort of comes in again, but I mean I don't know. I hate to be the Doc whipping boy and the Acres whipping boy, but what do you get from playing them between now and the end of the year? You know, so. I did hear an interesting thing tonight. As I said, I was at the game with some mates in the MCC, and ironically, every other Carlton friend of mine that would normally go to the game didn't go tonight, which is really odd. And I got a text from a friend of mine, Leanne, who's normally at the games, and she said you had a friend at the Carlton's, the President's dinner, and she said at 3/4 time there was just a raft of people that left that dinner at 3/4 time. And apparently the abuse that was hurled at board members was, I don't know whether you've heard this, was something to be seen. And I just think I'm not supporting, I think that's bad. If we got to a point where, you know, people are leaving corporate dinners, you know, kind of hurling abuse at board members, and that's not a cool thing.
That was tonight?
Yeah, that was tonight. So,
wow.
Yeah. So my friend wasn't there, but she had a mate that was there, and just a lot of people just got up and walked out. So that's, you know, that's the really ugly side of it. So, I mean, as your mate, look, I love Paul when you get him on, and I think he's kind of been saying all year, everything's fixable, and I agree. It is fixable, but it's going to be a long 8 weeks. That's the thing. So, and look, the one thing I do agree with you about the damage. I mean, I've just teed off on people feeling broken and players using, you know, being broken psychologically as an excuse. But I do agree with you that there's got to be a circuit breaker. I don't know what it is. I think people are looking for some sort of circuit breaker between now and at the end of the year. So whether that might just be the injection of more youth.
I think bigger losses come if we play more youth.
Yeah. So do we have to be mature as a membership base and a supporter base and kind of accept that? Because, I mean, again, this is a common theme in all the conversations that I hear on your channel, particularly the last couple of months. Like we know where we are now. So as part of that, just saying, well, the losses are going to come. They're going to come regardless.
Well, I think we still push the standard, you know, demand more of the club and all these things. But I think just the perspective of knowing that we're no good.
Yeah. I mean, my thing is we just keep going to the well to the same sorts of the senior players who just, for whatever reason, they're just not, they just can't cope at the moment. Yeah. So let's find out what the kids are about. So again, I think it's a very bitter pill to swallow. But if you want to be mature as a supporter base, you've got to think, well, you can't sort of say I want to keep playing kids, and then say I don't want to accept the losses if they come. Like you kind of have to, don't you?
It's true. Mate, pizza in the oven?
No, mate, it was in the oven. It's somewhere else now. It's just kind of gone, It's just, this is what this club is doing to me. I think I had my eating habits going okay in the last couple of months, and this club's killing me, So, anyway.
Well, yeah. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, right. Good to see you, mate. Thank you.
See ya. Paul from the UK.
Hey, hi Terry.
Mate, are you sure?
Happy Saturday, mate. I can't believe you're still going at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, well, mate, this is what it is. This is the fan cams.
Wow. Hey, I'll tell you what on earth am I going to come out to? This is awful.
Are you sure?
What have I signed up to?
on, babe.
You just gotta laugh, and you just gotta keep your sense of humor, mate. I mean, this is my first year of joining the pain, and you guys who have had decades of it, this is my first year, and yeah, it is painful. And but you're addicted. You're addicted to pain. That, do you know what the players, are they still running out to what's the song they run out to before the game that you don't like?
Oh, Freddie Mercury. Yeah, they played it
Freddie
again
Mercury.
tonight, Paul.
Now
Yeah.
they need to change it, right? So one of my favorite bands, and any of your chat who's into their rock music, they will know a band called Alter Bridge, and one of their best tracks is called Addicted to Pain. Now they need to have that playing around the stadium when the team come out, Addicted to Pain, because you know the fans are addicted to pain.
Yeah.
You know, that was terrible. I actually, watching the game, I thought for the first quarter we were definitely in it, but again we've got no confidence in front of goal. You know, we just can't seem to kick really easy goals. And you know, we would have been well in the game into the second quarter, going into half time, at least on level terms. But yeah, that third quarter, once again, I mean, what on earth happened? They just switched off. The Pies turned it up. And that was it, wasn't it? It was all over.
Yeah.
Dreadful.
I did an interview with Swoop Luke at the MCG on Thursday, and he was asking me a question about the first time we played the Pies earlier in the year. And I remember telling him, first quarter was okay, second quarter unraveled a little bit, and then I found myself crossing my arms and just rocking in the third quarter, and it was identical tonight. I was just dead silent. I met up with some people at halftime, and the conversations we were all having were just let's just get to the end of the game. It's almost like we're going because we feel we have to go, but we know what we're about to sit through, but we still go anyway. It's really weird.
And you know, the players must feel the same. I mean, they play like they're not expecting to win. They have no confidence. I don't think I heard anyone in all seriousness on this fan base expecting the Blues to win tonight. Yeah. I think it was all about playing for the badge, showing some pride. And they started off doing that, I thought, but they were wasteful. And they just lost it once again in the third quarter. It just all goes pear-shaped and falls apart. And you can't knock, you know, the fervour of Vossi. You know, but you've just got to question the direction of the coaching, because I think clearly the players aren't buying in to what they're being told. So in effect, I think at the end of the season, if not before, I think whether you want it or not, I think he's going to be going. But I think you need to be looking very, very closely at some of those senior players, because they got to take a lot of ownership for what's going on the field at the moment. And also, I feel that the young players that they're bringing in, I take it on board that you can't field them all at the same time, but you have to stick with them. Yeah, O'Farrell didn't have a great game tonight. I thought he was showed up quite a bit, but he's going to learn from that. What he's not going to learn from is if you drop him after one game. You know, like they did with Wilson last week. You've got, if you think these players are good enough, why, you know, you're picking them, then you need to give them a chance. Let them get some confidence, and you'll find out by the end of the season if they're going to make it or not. You know, we're not going anywhere now this season. We're not going to get anything done. So give these players a run of games, and at the end of the season, you'll know if they're going to be up to it or not. You can't just play them for one game and drop them. You know, and I mean, to have Young again on the subs bench, what's he going to take from that? You know, he needs to get a full game. He needs to get some starts in before the end of the season. You know, I would love to see some more of these youngsters coming through, because what I'm seeing from the senior players is that they're just turning up for a paycheck. You know,
Yeah.
and it's not good enough. But my God, yeah. I look. I love you all. I love the fan site, and I absolutely love the club, and I must be really mad to be addicted to pain. But yeah, look, it comes with the territory. None of you have dropped off after a lifetime of how many decades of supporting this club, and I mean, I've just joined, but you know, I'm going to be a lifer as well, and I'm probably absolutely mad. But
Absolutely
hey ho.
love that, mate. Hey, can you just remind me, what town are you from?
So I live. The biggest town near me is called Basingstoke. It's in Hampshire, which is
Right.
south of London. So yeah, I'm probably the only Blues fan south of London. I'm sure you've got a load of expats in London, but probably none this far south. But I could well be wrong. But yeah, look, at least I've got a lovely Friday evening here. It's probably about 25, 26 degrees, nice and sunny. And I can go walk it off. I walk down the pub and have a few pints, and yeah, I'll be enjoying the rest of my evening, and really looking forward to getting out and sharing the pain with you all.
Mate, can't wait to see you in a few weeks. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too, mate. Look, have a good rest of evening. But look, go to bed, get some sleep.
Yeah, I will. Don't
Happy
worry.
weekend.
See you, mate.
Take care. See you.
So good. All right. Jez. Jez? Oh, Jez, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. How you going, Terry?
Hey, mate. Good. How are you?
Oh, exhausted, to be honest with you. Went to the game and Gaffy and look, I feel sorry for somebody, for the players who debuted, because as said, you got to give them more than one game. You just give them the rest of the games to the end of the year and see what happens with, players like Harry Farrell and Carroll, who's been playing games, and Flynn Young. But look, I like Voss, but his game plan has never changed compared to other coaches when you look in the league. And I was saying to a friend, where would we be on the ladder? This is just hypothetical. If Fagan or someone was coaching us, right, with a different game plan, because not all our players are terrible, but maybe maybe the style we play just doesn't add up in the modern era of football, unfortunately.
Doesn't add up. I don't think any style of play is going to add up when the failure to execute the fundamentals of the game continues to show its head. Doesn't matter what you're trying to do.
I know, but look, they're kicking. I mean, we were sitting on level 1 right near the fence, and the kids and other guys were saying they're nearly in the VFL side could beat them. The way they play, I thought their skills were dreadful. To be honest with you, some of the fundamental skills, handballing and marking, and sometimes not under pressure. I know Collingwood. Look, I don't know how good Collingwood are. They're very good. I didn't mean that, but I think any side would have bet Carlton tonight in AFL.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
You think Port Adelaide, how they bet North Melbourne, and then the next week North Melbourne gets thrashed. I mean, I know there has to be more than just a match plan or the game plan, but whatever's happening behind the scenes. if Elijah, if Harry, or anything that's affected the whole structure of the club. It's. I know. I saw the interview with the president, which he did a great job. But how do you get anything more? What's wrong? What's really happening? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think no matter what he said, it was never going to make us feel better.
And then, as you said, we've got 8 weeks, 2 months to go of this sort of football. Like Brisbane on Thursday night, and it just, I didn't. It didn't look like 75,000 there tonight.
No, not at all, mate.
I mean, it looked empty up the top, but I don't know how they get those figures anyway. But how are you going to keep the fans coming when we play this sort of football? It's you feel like going there on a cold Friday night, and it just. I know that some players are put it in, but gee, it just seems a waste of a night.
I think somebody, well, actually, no, a few people have come on in the live chat over the last few weeks and said, like, we won't win a game for the rest of the year. And I just think that's been ridiculous. I think after tonight, I would not be surprised if we didn't win a game for the rest of the year, which is crazy to think about.
Brisbane are a very clear cut kick inside like Collingwood, aren't they? So we're going to have trouble next Thursday night. Way we play. I mean, I don't know who we're going to bring in or what's going to happen. Or hopefully, as I said, people like Harry, how they stay in the side. I don't know who you drop or who comes. You know what I mean? It's like we had 6 changes, which is a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I thought Peto did a pretty good job too, actually.
Yeah, he did.
Jez, anyway,
you have a good sleep, my friend. And
No
speak
worries.
to you soon.
All right, thanks, Terry.
See you, mate.
See ya.
Tolls.
Oh, what a night, huh?
Oh, what a night.
Jeez. It's been
watching Carlton on a Friday night.
Ugh. I've added something new to my to my background. Oh, it's flipped. Oh, that's annoying.
No, Murphy's Law.
Murphy, is it only flipped on my screen? But yeah, Murphy's Law. This was yeah. Do you know what Murphy's Law is?
I believe Murphy's Law is as bad as something can happen, it will happen type of thing.
It's you can't quite see it. It's that one under the photo. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
Yep.
And that poster I got from my grandfather. He was a South Melbourne fan, and I haven't looked at the actual fucking dates, but for most of his life, he didn't see a single premiership at South Melbourne. And yeah, it was only in like 2005 that he seen one in Sydney. So
do you think we won't see one in our lifetime?
Haven't yet. I don't think it's going to get that bad. I don't. I think just the prestige doesn't help us day to day, but it helps us in the long run because
the prestige of the club.
It will attract people that it'll attract talent, and it'll attract staff, and it'll eventually amount to something. It won't help. It doesn't help us year to year though. I feel like I've always said we need to play the youngsters, but I think we need to take it a step further. The leadership on field and off the field cannot inspire the team. So I don't think Cripps needs to be absolutely stripped of his stripped of the captaincy. But I do think I do think maybe we rest Cripper or something for a game, and we get a new on-field leader, like someone like Ollie Hollands, just someone with a bit of fire for one game or something. What do you think? Like,
I think we would become a drastically worse team instantly if we rested Cripps and made Ollie the stand-in skipper for a game. I think it's a bit too much for Ollie at this point in his career. Like maybe with time.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Maybe something like we just need someone. We just need some more energy in, even some more new energy in the huddle or something. Just let someone else give him a spray at quarter time. Like Nick Haynes, I think last week or something, there was Nick Haynes had the spray at three-quarter time. I think that's great. We need someone else because the current leaders aren't just doing anything.
No, look, it's true. They're not.
Like, yeah, maybe I'm thinking too highly of Ollie Hollands, especially as a leadership. It is very early for
I think he'll be. Leadership. I mean, in a year that's hard to find positive, I think Ollie Hollands will go down this year as he's really pulled through.
Absolutely,
this year he's really elevated.
I think as well, it's hard to remember that Cooper Lord is a rookie. Like True. he's played every game, and he has been, or almost every game, and he's just been another part of the midfield. Like, there are absolutely small positives to take from this season. Like, and you cannot forget that Cooper Lord has been excellent for a rookie.
He has,
and
yeah,
for the most part, our backline has been solid and unified, but it's just like when the midfield can't connect a passage of play and the backline's constantly under threat, of course we're going to lose games and they're going to get battered and fade out. And our forward line just cannot do shit.
Tolls.
I'm not I don't like being negative, but yeah, it's just here we are. I'm looking forward to the off season. I think big things are coming.
Yeah.
I think we've got to make massive moves in the off season. We need to downsize the list. We need to bring up the bottom and bring down the top of our salaries, essentially.
Mate, thank you very much for calling in.
No worries.
Go Blues.
Go Blues. See you next time.
Fletcher.
Terry. Excuse the excitement in my voice. It is so good to finally be on the fan cams, mate. It's been a long time coming for me, and I just want to start by saying, on behalf of the audience of Blue Abroad, thank you so much for everything you do, mate. You are absolutely awesome in everything you do, and these fan cams are just like therapy, mate. It's bloody awesome. So just wanted to start off by saying that.
Thank you.
But yeah, how was your night, mate?
My night was dreadful.
Yep.
How was your night?
Well, mate, it was... Look, I felt a lot of nothing tonight. I've come off... I got home from Bali yesterday with my partner. As a much-needed 10 days away from just all of this. But look, not expecting anything tonight, but still just feel the obligation that I need to be there and I need to support. I've just pulled over. I'm nearly home. Come down to every game in Melbourne from Bendigo. So,
Oh wow.
yeah, wasn't expecting anything tonight, but just another game we feel obligated to go to, and it was just nothing tonight, man. Usually there's always some sort of sense of sadness or anger or emotion. Tonight was just another Collingwood blur, and I sat about 10 seats down from Brendan Favola tonight, and instead of having my own reactions, I just sort of looked down at Fev and and that just said it all for me tonight. Like, I think it was that, and I'm not bagging out Ashton Moyer here at all. I thought he was great tonight, but when he kicked it into the man on the mark from that set shot, I just looked across and Fev's just head in hands, man, and he's just broken. He's just broken like we all are. And there wasn't a lot of movement from him in the second half, and it was just such a reality check to see one of your heroes there live in the stadium watching what we're all watching unfold, and it was just a whole heap of nothing tonight, man. And look, I don't know where it goes from here, but what I do know is we will all be here to support no matter what. Well, I guess most of us will be. But
There was something in what you said just earlier around, just that feeling obligated to be there. I felt that too today. Like, I was talking to people at halftime, and it's like, what are we doing here? This is a real waste of time when you really think about it. Like, when you really strip it all back, like what we all went to tonight was a real giant waste of time in our lives that we only get one shot at. So it's like, are we making the right life choices at the moment supporting this club? As I say that as like subconsciously I'm thinking, you're about to be on fan cams for 3 hours and you're talking about life choices.
Yeah. That's how deep it's getting. It's getting deep. But man, yeah, just a big waste of time. And I was getting crook on the last few days in Bali, and I've still got a bit of a chest cold, head cold at the moment. And I was just sitting there tonight, like you were saying, and I'm just like, why did I do this to myself? Like, what do we do this all for? And in terms of some of I don't know too much about what goes on behind the scenes at footy clubs and all the technical stuff, but I really stuck by one of the donations from last week, I believe, that said that sacking or getting a new coach in will put a new face to old problems. I think it read something similar to that. And
new names or new faces, same problems. Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah, something like that. And that stuck with me so much. And all my other mates who follow Hawthorn and Essendon and whatever, they've all been texting me for weeks saying, man, there's just no structure when you guys play. Like, there's just no structure at all. And you can want to keep Vossi as much as you want, but you guys have just got no plan, no attack of any sort of structure. And tonight was like the big whack in the face for me personally. I didn't catch too much of the Port game while I was overseas, but tonight was a big whack in the face of like, wow, there's just no structure that I'm seeing at all here. Like, it just sucks.
Pretty disorganized out there, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
How far away are you from home?
Only a few minutes around the corner, man. I thought I'd just pull up and just see if I got on the fan cams, and if not, then I was just going to drive around the corner and jump into bed. But I'm thankful that I'm on. So thank you, mate. But yeah, just sort of clinging on to the positives, as I always try to do. Like Ashton was great tonight. Cooper Lord's still fighting his heart out. I feel like, at least, and like the last gentleman said, we forget that he's a rookie, and there's signs there. I feel for O'Farrell tonight, but yeah, look, we just got to keep going, and we'll go through it all again. We'll keep going through it all again. That's what we
Mate,
do.
You're a star. Thank you very much for calling.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much.
See you, mate.
See you, Tez.
What an absolute champion, Fletcher. He makes he makes a great point. Like we do have to just kind of stick fat and like keep going. I'm hearing it in his voice. He's like, it's like stick fat, and I'm even thinking it too. Like, why do we need to stick fat? Like, what for? Why do we need to do that? Why are we doing that? Why do we continue to stick fat and donate to it? Tom.
G'day, mate. Do you want my positives or you want my negatives first?
Hello. It's me.
All right, I'll go negatives first. I sat near the race tonight, the Carlton race, and before that video clip of them going to the race after the game goes viral, being Carlton supporters are angry, they were all Collingwood supporters at the end of the game that were screaming and shouting at the fans, at the boys. So before that becomes blown out of proportion. But watching Collingwood today, they do so many things, little things, well, and I couldn't find one thing that we do well as a club. Like it was always contest and pressure, but now that's fallen away. We don't have a one wood anymore that we can just, when the game's in a balance, we can just go back to just hold on to something, and that's what it is. We just don't have it, and I think that's where the big problem lies. We don't have an identity as a team anymore.
As a club.
As a club, and even like as a club, like this is gonna, it's, you know, there's a lot of little things that are starting to creep in that gets me really aggravated. And I know there's bigger meanings behind things, but like Jesse Motlop's celebration, I know that's for the soccer player that just passed away, but like, read the room, dude. Like, we're struggling, and then you go and sit on the ground in a celebration. That just shows that your mind isn't there. You've been thinking about what your celebration's going to be all week, like singing Sweet Carolina 3/4 time because a sponsor wants you to. Like, there's just
I couldn't believe they ran with
Collingwood
that.
just 8 goals on us in a quarter of football, and then they're like, okay, here's the song we all voted for. And I'm like, I could not give a fucking shit about a fucking song. Like,
Do you know what I thought they did very well from a game day activation mid-quarter thing? Oblivious Cam. I thought Oblivious Cam was brilliant.
They should have fucking put it in the rooms, mate. Like, want to talk of Oblivious Cam, mate?
Should have put it on the playing group.
Like just them in their team meetings. That's what Oblivious Cam should have been. But
mate.
But yeah, no. So yeah, negatives. Just sitting there, just taking it all in. Like, guys, Nick Dacos kicking off the side of his boot, like on purpose, hitting targets. Braden Maynard being out for weeks, coming back in and just throwing his body around. Who throws their body around at Carlton? Like, we don't have an enforcer in our team. We're just, it's just, it really got to me today. Like, just watching them just not have an identity anymore. It's really sad.
A bit lifeless, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just getting to that point. But like, positives at least, because at the end of the day, that's why we all come back, because we've got to have something to hold on to. But I thought Cowan today was really good. I think he had a really good game.
Very few people have brought him up.
He led our team for meters gained. I think he swapped with Doherty in the second half and took that run off the half-back roll, because they were just, Hoskin Elliott was just running around like he had a whole field to himself. So I think they made that switch, and Cowan really showed a lot running off the half-back line.
Yeah.
McGovern gives his all, but he was swapped onto Jamie Elliott and Tim Embry in the same team. That's like just nightmares for Carlton supporters. Like, you just know they're going to kick 8 goals between them. Like,
I think especially when Jack Silvani's out, you've got young O'Farrell in.
Yeah, and
O'Farrell struggles a bit in a few contests. They isolated him, the Pies, and McGovern's got to go back there, and all of a sudden his mindset shifts from forward to defender to, it just didn't work.
But, and the thing with O'Farrell though, he was never, he never dropped his bundle. Like, he always went to go for another contest, and I think that says a lot. Like, you can really go insular when you got like Cameron and that just pushing you off. And like, what did we give away? 2 goals in the last 10 seconds of 2 quarters? Like, just little things good teams do that we don't do.
Mm-hmm.
Kill any momentum. You can just see it coming. But Matt Carroll was really good today as well. He really gives effort and runs. He always takes off and runs really well. Cooper Lord had a good game again after I sort of bagged him out. But, and yeah, Ollie Hollands just keeps showing up, and I think that's all that is the least all of them can do, and he does it the best. He can just tell he wants to be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you ready for Brisbane in 6 days?
Oh, I mean, not really. The fact that it's at Marvel might help a bit. Might mean Brisbane are even faster. But I think if we thought Collingwood used the ball really well, I think we're going to get a real lesson in how a team uses the football. The way that Brisbane moved the ball back to front is scary. And if we're not on, they're going to rip us to shreds.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mate, I will see you. I reckon I'll see you next Thursday at about midday.
Yeah, I'll be there, mate. You know what?
Have a good night.
Look after yourself, bud.
You too, mate. See ya.
See ya.
Jad.
Sorry, mate. I wasn't going to get on, but I just saw something, and I just want to share it with you. How you doing, man? 3 hours. Shit.
Mate, just another day. Another. One day we'll miss this. Trust me. One day when this doesn't exist, we'll look back and be like, "Fuck! Remember those times?"
Maybe you're right. Let's hope we win a flag by then.
I actually just came to the realization 3 callers ago. I'm like, oh, what if we don't win a flag ever?
Who knows the future, bro? How much worse can it get? We've never seen one, so I mean, it's just more of the same. So
yeah. What did you find?
Yeah, I just saw that the Cripps, Wiedering, and Voss. I don't know, when on the TV, like when he was talking to him. I think they've lip read what he said. It's pretty clear, actually. He just says the effort is fucking deplorable. Fucking deplorable. Voss, right? And I'm just watching it, and I'm just like looking at his body language, and he never looks them in the eye when he's critiquing like the senior players. And I noticed it last week when he went at Binns. He's looking Binns directly in the eye, but then it's when it comes to the big balls, he doesn't stare at him. It's a lot of this. It's a lot of he's saying the words, and he's like, it's and I just think that just points to the sort of leader he is, and a leader that we need. We don't need a matey boss.
Do you think
And
the
we never
players
did.
in this respect have a bit too much pull? Because I shouldn't say players.
Mm.
Should I say assets?
um, the spreadsheet's coming out. Oh fuck! Give me a da da da. Give me the trumpet thing.
I'll give you a trumpet.
Yes.
Ready?
Yeah, I need the trumpet. Hey! They're gonna clip this. Back to my point.
Sorry.
I just think. Yeah, what was your question? They needed. They got too much pool.
My question was, do you think the assets have too much pull?
Okay. Well, being there, you can't tell. I just don't think anyone's ever really been honest with them. I think
Yeah.
from day one they've been protected in the Carlton, whatever the fuck it is. They've been protected from criticism. They've been protected from stating that they want something out loud. Everything that they say is just words off a script. So that's why, like when we got Voss, I was a fan of the Ross Lyon idea. This is before he dropped out, because you just know that he will be their boss. He's in no way, shape, or form their friend or their mate. Like I don't just Voss. He can't even look them in the eye when he's critiquing him, because I think the problem is he likes them as people. And I think that's the sort of a balance a good leader needs to strike. Like
You're not meant to be a mate with your coach.
Yeah,
in theory,
and
right?
and let's say I'm going too far in saying mate, but I think he likes them as people too much.
Right.
Okay, like he knows who they are as people. Like I think you got to be able to separate that a bit. There's a story about Ange Postecoglou, and apparently he after games he doesn't talk to his players for 2 days or something like that. I'm not sure what the exact story is. So you can be caring and empathetic and support people, but you don't have to get personally in with them. Like I think like he is, because the way he coaches, it's sort of like maybe it's similar to the way he captained. And I know he doesn't have that fierceness that we all want, but it looks like to me that he is a beloved captain who's trying to coach a team rather than a coach who's trying to coach a team, a boss.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously trying to be very supportive of them and hope that support is repaid with, good performances. The issue is, I think these boys just continue to do it to nearly like pretty much every coach that comes through. And
I think that's early on in this group's development. I think they were just given too much leeway. You needed a hard ass. You needed a see you next Tuesday in there to tell them the hard truths from day one, because now they're just too enclosed in this comfortable cocoon. It really looks like that. They're so comfortable, man.
Is Voss the oldest coach that they've had, this group? So you got Bolton.
Yeah, he would be. He would be. He would be.
I remember when we signed him, I wasn't against it because I remember thinking it's that perfect balance between he's old school, but he's not too old school. And he got like he's got the credentials as a premiership captain, as a player that the players can relate to. So he'd be player first. And I thought, yeah. But it's just beyond not it. Everything that's happening.
I think we all, when it was announced that was him, that was sort of the good aspect of it we could all get on board with. Like we hoped he was that. So yeah, this is Michael Voss, the fearless leader.
Well, remember 2021. Remember the rhetoric of we need people who know what it's like to be in winning environments. That was one of the big ones when it came to the coaching panel. I can't remember who came on and put the panel together. It was like, let's get Carousella, let's get Simon Black, let's get the Brisbane boys and bring him in. I remember that being a really big deal for us. Like, we need people who have experienced premiership success.
Yeah, and I still think we do need that, but I think we needed that for more of a administrative position, not a player position. Everything's easy in hindsight. I think just with Vossi, I think the reason why it's actually really sad that we're talking like this. Like, as much as I want him gone, and I understand he's not the only problem, but I also understand that it's just sad it didn't work out. It would have been great for it to have worked. And I feel like it's his funeral now. We're all talking like it's done. And it is crazy that we're here again. It's just so crazy.
That footage that you're talking about, the first thing that I thought of was the club has failed him again, or failed the next name. And like, if it's Longmire, the club will fail him as well.
Yeah. But let's just go back just a step back with Vossi. I think maybe the reason we didn't see the fearless leader that we were hoping we were getting is because I think when you become a coach, you get into the industry, and then you have to learn a whole new way of being and speaking and operating. And I think he's overcorrected because I think he's too scarred from what happened at Brisbane. So he's obviously overcorrected the other way. And unfortunately, it's so funny. Like, last week, I was talking with you about the identity. When you refuse to accept who you are and what you truly are, and you try and pretend to be something else, it never works. And I believe that in every aspect of life. And I think that's what's happened to him. He's tried to be someone he isn't, and it's just fallen flat. Now the message isn't getting through. He can't look senior players that he has to critique in the eye. Maybe that's why he finds it so hard to drop them. It's like, you go back to last week, you look at him with that spray, his eyes are locked on the young Bins. Someone who he perhaps doesn't have as strong as a bond with, like he does with Cripper and Wiedering, the easy target. It happens to all of us, man. Like, I was a manager at one place, and when I was a lot younger, and you find it hard to be honest with people that you like. I'm saying that from experience. It's a learning curve. Got to learn to separate that, and I think we're just seeing that unfold with our group. Yeah, it's just another coach, mate. It's just sad. It's
Another
sad.
coach, another list, another. I do agree. I think it was you that said it maybe recently. Like, we have to obviously do a little tinkering, regeneration, all of that, whatever. But like, I don't think it needs to take as long as what it did. Rebuild 2.0.
I don't think it does either. Like, I still think we've got a good core coming in, and that next group of seniors. But
I will
we said
say
this 10 years ago.
I will say this, right? I am now mindful and a little fearful that the likes of Wiedering and Curnow and Mackay and Walsh, to a degree, maybe not Walsh yet, but it's like, are you guys too scarred from all of this now? Like, can they be rejuvenated to become champions? I think it's still possible, but I am fearful of it.
Do you know where I think they can be? Why I think they can be? I think if they are given complete control and reign of the club, not like make all the choices, but give them what Cripps has and what Doherty has. I feel like you learn a lot about people when you give them the responsibility, and some people fail, but some thrive. And I do feel like especially someone like Walsh, who I still believe in, by the way. I think when he is given full reign and trust, I think he can hopefully break that cycle. It's sort of like when Cripps took himself to the forward line a couple of weeks ago. just sort of said, you know what? Let's see a new group in the midfield do it. Let's see if you can lift it without me. That's my hope anyway. And honestly, like, man, you know what I think? Can I just say what I think should happen from here on?
Yeah.
I don't think we can go through another 6 weeks of this. I think you need to make an announcement as soon as you can. Just an announcement, just something. And I think you tell TDK, you drag him into the office and you just say, well, make your decision right now. You're not leaving this room till you make your decision.
Yeah, we need to know.
Yeah, no, we have to know. And this isn't me coming up with this. I heard this on the Prendercast. Just come in, tell us what you're doing, Tom. You want to leave, it's fine. But tell us what you're doing. You're not leaving this room without a decision.
But also, we can't be giving him. Can we really be giving him 1 million or 1.1, whatever our max is? He can't be putting in performances like this, man.
Well, who knows what's actually reported is true.
1.7 is not us. That's a St Kilda problem. Or 1.6, whatever. Like, we're not doing that, right? But let's just say we're doing 900, a mil, 1.1, whatever. You can't be giving out $1 million contracts to these players who don't deserve it. Like, there's probably how many of them do you think have deserved it? Cripps, fair enough, no problem.
That's it.
I think that's it.
That's it.
Genuinely,
No,
yeah,
that's it. That's it. And I reckon in this meeting, this hypothetical meeting, you drag him in, you give him a revised offer. Sign it or don't, Tom. Make your decision now, please. We need to know. We need to plan for the future. We need to move on as a club. That's it. If he thinks he's going to go through the next 2 months with no fucking decision, he can get stuffed.
Yeah, because the other thing as well, mate, he will be miserable, I feel, if he takes the St Kilda offer. And I'll tell you why, because it no longer becomes about the joy of football. He will forever just be linked to his price tag.
Yeah,
It'll just always be about the price tag.
It's a poison chalice, mate. You get the throne, but you'll die by 1,000 cuts sitting on it.
Yeah.
Because that's it. It's not about your footy. It's you got to be the man from day one. You got to be Tony Lockett from day one.
Wiedering.
So pick your poison, Tom.
Yeah, I'll give yeah, fine. Give it to Wiedering.
Wiedering a million.
Yeah.
You know what, Terry?
He's been pretty consistent. Pretty consistent.
He's been pretty consistent, but there's something about Wieders. Do you feel like he sort of plays for himself at times? Well, is it about his stat sheet? Like, does he have to just beat his man and that's it, and fuck the rest?
It's a really tough balance to strike. It's like you're the leader, you're the captain. You got to insert yourself. You got to dominate. You got to peel off your man at the right time, but also don't get beaten and take pride in not getting goals kicked on you. Like it's not an enviable position to be in, to know how to do it. But I think he's become a better player when Jack Silvani's emerged.
But you know who his inspiration can be? Darcy Moore. The running joke in the AFL, Darcy Moore has bags kicked on him if you allow it.
Mm.
But he's still revered as this, courageous, fearless leader. He still does the right thing by the team. Like Wiedering, he doesn't have to be perfect. Your guy can kick a goal a game or two a game. If that's the cost, if that's the price for you sagging off and organising the defence and organising the handovers and picking where the switch is going to go, what kick to take, then do it, please. Concede the goal. Come on. It's time to, as Dimmer said about the Suns last year, we are so overdue, but it's time to grow the fuck up as a club.
It is time to grow up as a club.
It's time. Fuck me.
It's been time. It's been time.
Fucking overdue, man.
Another week, mate. Well, Dane Zorko this week just carving up Marvel Stadium. with elite foot skills.
And we'll do nothing about it. Like we did nothing today with Dacos and whoever else.
True, Nick Dacos did whatever he wanted.
Dude, Terry, there was... I know we spoke before the game, bro, but I'm telling you, you can't... I don't think you can ever let a player, even if the tag's not going to work, just try it. Don't let me sit there in N10 and look and see Nick Dacos trotting on his own on our defensive 50, just waiting for the ball. Seriously?
Do you know how far away we are? Do you remember the play where they isolated Harry O'Farrell from like the center bounce? Pendlebury got it out of the tap, turned, and then like just knew he was going to kick that ball to the lead of Membry on Harry O'Farrell. Like I was saying it earlier, like they're out there playing in chess. We're playing Connect 4. Like they're thinking about isolating individual players. It was like there's just so many levels. We haven't like gotten out of level 1. We're like, when you play those board games and it's like between the ages of 4 to 6 and they're just like big blocks and you've only got 4 holes to put them in. And then like as you get to like 8 to 12, you get like 8 holes in smaller blocks. Like we're still at kindergarten, like block games.
You just reminded me for the Harry O'Farrell one, and then there was the Matt Carroll one, and this infuriated me. He's got the ball on our defensive goal line, and no one's coming near him because they want him to rush it for a deliberate. And the poor kid is standing there, having no idea what to do. Not one idea. Do I rush it? Do I dump kick it out? And not one of our players is instructing him to do anything. They're all just standing there watching him. Yeah. The poor kid was like Bambi, bro. He didn't know what to do, and they did nothing for him.
Yeah.
And eventually he got tackled over the line. But just in that moment, man, I'm looking at him. This kid is screaming for direction. He doesn't know whether to rush it or dump kick it. Can one of you leaders please help him? Please?
Talk to the kid.
Yes, just shout something at him, rush it, kick it, just help the poor kid. And you know what? With the next crop coming in, we might have to seriously clean out these senior players we have, because I do not want them rubbing their stink onto this new group.
This is the cycle, man. I'm
telling
you, because you have to put proper senior players around the kids from the get-go. So like
Terry, I don't want Matt Carroll. Sorry, bro. I don't want Matt Carroll learning off Mitch McGovern. I don't want it. I do not want it. Oh,
it's the cycle, because Murphy, Gibbs, Cruiser, Tort, Cripps, Doc, etc. These senior guys are now Wiedering and Kerno, and it's like guys, we invested in the long term with you, like you crop. We put the long term deals into you 5 or 6, however many of them. What's that saying? David King says, if you put your hand out, you've got to put your hand up. Such a great phrase.
Put your hand up. The hands are going in their pockets, bro. Straight.
Yeah, man.
Out, give me the money, pocket.
Yep.
Fans are toxic. Expect too much.
Yep.
Just, it fucking disgusts me, that whole narrative. No.
Maybe we should not go on Thursday. Maybe we should put a little movement, like just do a watch along. And then doing a watch along. Do you think it'll get there? Do you think? No, it will. It will. It absolutely will. The crowds will diminish over the next 7 weeks. For sure it will.
I think today will be we'll look back on today as the turning point in regards to the fans and
the attendance.
Oh, I think so. Weather's getting colder, middle of winter. They've just done that versus Collingwood. I honestly, for as shitty as I've been on them, I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Not that. not 30 to 86 at one point. Not that, bro.
Yeah.
Poor Cripps. I do. Yeah, he's. I think he's finished as a skipper, to be honest. But it's
Yeah,
a discussion for another time, eh?
I think it'll refresh him. Yeah, I think it's important.
Yeah.
Maybe for next year, but
Get back to playing your best footy, mate. Don't worry about the rest of these idiots. You've done all you can. Go out, enjoy your footy. That's it.
Mate, thanks for the call.
Thank you. It's good to see you today. That was the highlight of the night.
Yeah, I thought it was a little omen. I thought we were going back in time to 2023.
You should have sat next to me.
Oh, dear.
All right. Have a good night, man.
All right, man. See ya. Monique, New York. As in, you're in New York? Are you on Twitter? I think I've seen you on Twitter. Thanks for letting us fans vent and commiserate together in a mostly healthy, constructive way. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Monique. Aki Boaz. This is cultural. Cashed up sponsors have strutted the corridors at Icon for too long. They confuse being sponsors with that of being advisors. They are all dick pics. I like that. They confuse being sponsors with that of being advisors. Mitch, we are back to looking for green shoots, and that breaks my heart. I'm 30 and been a member for 25 years. What the fuck is the answer? Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. Harris, hey mate.
Hello.
How you doing?
All right. Tired now. Been a long day.
Yeah, man.
But the first thing that I want to get to is the obligation to be there. Because, like, being a member all my life, going to games since I was, I don't know, probably a baby. Longer than I can remember. And going with my mum, I remember finishing work, jumping in the car, looking over at my mum, who has been the biggest Carlton supporter you could ever imagine, and just seeing her be like, I don't know why I got out of bed for this. And I felt it too, but, you know, we went there, we experienced what we experienced, went back home, and both of us looked at each other and went, we're going to do it again, aren't we? Next week, we're going to go to the Brisbane game. We're going to look at each other, be like, why are we doing this to ourselves? But, you know, you got to support the club. You got to be there for Carlton.
Do you? Tonight was the first time I was like, do I need to be there? I mean, I will. I'm pretty sure I will.
We will. That's the thing. We will.
Yeah.
Whether or not we should.
Another question. Yeah.
Yeah. So I came in because I got a lot of hot takes to put in from that game. The first one is the decisions for omitting who they omitted and who they chose to put in replacements to some people that we lost. We gave Wilson, we gave him a go. And I honestly think he didn't do too bad for a first game. But to put in Evans, who had played and had a below average game in comparison.
Different position.
It was different positions, but what I'm meaning is like, you know, the giving people a crack, got to give them more of a go, more of a show, the ability to step up to the plate, like giving Young a go instead of just a sub, like show what these new players are capable of doing, you know. That's number one. That was before the game even started. I was on about that, but losing the tools in the forward line, I think, is also a thing that like we need to adapt to instead of just do the same old thing, because it was weird when we had Tom in the midfield, and Charlie had gone really far into the back line, and he was the one that moved the ball forward. And then by the time we got it into the forward line, we chose to lob it in to a forward line that I don't think surpassed 6 foot at this point. So a hospital pass into a small forward line, because anyone that we had to, play that tall position wasn't even in the forward line at that time. And that's when we need to have the lead outs and the run-ins to, lead on for passes. That's another big thing. One weird one was, and I was at the game watching, so I didn't see whether or not this was what actually happened or whether it just looks like it. But Ashton Moyer in the forward line, full forward, I think this was maybe the late third quarter or early fourth quarter. I can't remember when it was, but the ball was kicked right into full forward and he was coming across the mark, and it looked like he double fisted it into the behind. Like, it looked like he could have run across, grabbed a clean mark, and it looked like he just went to smash the ball with both of his fists when he had a clean mark. I don't know if that did happen. It just looked like it did. Which is, I can't excuse that. And with Charlie as well, there was a moment, this was earlier in the game, there was a moment where he'd grabbed the mark and turned around and decided to give the ball off to Williams, who barely made the mark.
Yeah.
Who I think he almost did a somersault backwards to grab it when he was maybe 20 meters out, almost right in front.
What's next, mate? Where do we go from here?
Where do we go? I can't see at the moment us being able to change what we're doing. We seem to be just stuck doing the same old thing.
Yeah, they seem devoid of the. They seem like there seems to be a void of life in them.
Yeah, void of life.
Forget about tact. You can't do any tactics. They are not on board with what they're doing. They are either they're just not on board with it. Whatever they're doing, they don't.
Yeah.
Whether they don't believe in it or they are not empowered to do what they're doing, and they do not care enough to do what they do. They don't feel passionately enough about what they're trying to do, and it's pretty clear. So,
yeah, it's. You say this to, every game we play where we don't perform. It's just there's no coherence. Even he's listed as one of our best players, but Chera, there was a moment where Chera, the ball went to him, he fumbled it, and the moment he gained the ball, he kicked it straight to the opposition.
Yeah,
Chera, for God's sake.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's
Is this your first time calling on the fan cams?
It is, yeah. It's my first time here on the fan cams. It's not my first time watching. Been watching for about 3 years. And my mum's always in here, SG.
Oh, is that your mum?
You might... Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with the usernames.
Yeah. So actually, my mum's hot take about Tom today, she reckons St Kilda's in his ear at the moment saying, just play slow, don't injure yourself, because we don't want you coming here injured. Just, and you know, she thinks that's why Tom was just not like, there was a lot of lack of effort, but she reckons on Tom's part it's because Saint's like, we're not taking you injured, just, you know, play it safe.
Sorry, I'm just crushed the fuck out. Oh my god, no. There's a comment here which I think has just sent me into a spiral. So
Oh, is it? I can't see the chat.
And I love it because I like it's not bagging you, but like it's 2 a.m. The Blues got thumped, and you're still wearing the scarf, and I fucking love
Oh
you for
yeah,
that.
yes. Can't take it off. I mean, I didn't get to stick it out the window on the way home, but
Oh man, I'm like I have tears in my eyes reading this comment, man. Oh my goodness.
yeah,
I love it. I love the passion and I love the care
it's also
factor.
really cold in this caravan.
Oh man. Oh damn. This has been great. I have to also ask you, who are the players in the poster behind you?
Oh, it's a Jordan poster.
Ah.
Jordan's
The shot.
the shot. That shot. Yeah.
Oh man.
So I got Jordan there. I got LeBron
Yeah.
over there.
Amazing. Man, thank you very much for calling in. I really enjoyed that.
All good. I would probably be a better speaker when I'm not running on fumes.
Oh, dude, no, you
I
speak
can
fine.
barely think about what I'm trying to say next. I'm
Yeah.
exhausted.
No, man, no, you
8
spoke
hours
totally
at
fine.
work, an hour driving to the game, watching that, and now we're driving home.
Oh man, thank you very much.
I need sleep.
Get after it. Go Blues.
Go Blues.
See ya. Oh man, I couldn't hold it in. I broke. Ah, achy. Who needs rivals when we have ourselves? Well, true. Let's go to Thailand. Dione.
Hello, hi.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. It's 11 p.m. here, so you must be knackered.
Kind of. I'm not too much. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not as tired as what I have been at this time usually on the fan cams. We're getting there. We'll be
Yeah.
finishing soon. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I just actually wrote a few notes while some of the people were calling in. By the way, I think this is great fan cams tonight. Really matured, I think, over the years. Don't you reckon?
Totally.
Yeah. Even though I talk about Jed just for a second, because I love what he's saying. I actually never used to like what he said because I thought he was too harsh. But actually, I think it's really level-headed and succinct what he says. Now I get it completely. So anyway, this is what I would do with TDK. I would call him in. This would be the first time our club's got balls, yeah? Call him in and say, TDK, we're taking our offer off the table for you. You can go to St Kilda. Do you want to play for the rest of the year or you want to sit out? That's the first choice, yeah? But we're taking our offer off the table. And actually, maybe we won't play you. Maybe we'll sit you out so you don't get injured and we get a better fucking draft pick for you. Yeah? Sorry, I'm just...
It's like the kids. It's like they're kids and they've never been disciplined.
Yeah. And you can't tell me that's not going through the team, all that type of talk and that feeling, yeah? And we've had other players that have come and gone from the club, but this I feel like is really being very cancerous in our club. And I haven't liked it, and I think he's checked out. And I would just take the offer off the table and say, you know what, we're going to be the first club that says you can go, but tell us if you want to play or not. Just fucking take it by the hands and make the decision yourself as a club. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
Here's my
I mean, it's okay. It's clearly affecting him. He's clearly not clear in his mind, in his thoughts. Like it's just he's not playing with the same spirit and vigor. Like he's an energy source, and it's a challenge for him. And yeah, I think we've said it a few times in this fan cams. Like I'm not even worried about the $1.7 million offer. I'm now worried that we're going to pay him $1 million. He's nowhere near $1 million player.
No, he's nowhere near it. Absolutely nowhere near it.
We would be doing it on potential, which is what we did with Harry and Charlie and all the rest of them. It was just on, oh, we're scared to lose you, so we're going to pay you this. Fuck off.
Yeah,
Go.
he's not worth it. He's not worth it. I'd pay him 700,000. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I think about TDK. And then with Cripps, I was thinking about Oli Carlton before. He loves Cripps, and so do I. And there's no doubt for me he's struggling this year. It hurts me to see him like that. And I think he's the type of guy that would say, I'm going to hand the captaincy over. He's not going to do it halfway through the year. He'll be there. But at the end of the year, he will say, it's time for somebody else new, especially with Voss. He's definitely going to go. So I'm sure Cripper will do the right thing and hand over the captaincy. But to who? I don't know anybody else that can really do it. But you watch him next year. I think he'll be okay next year. So please don't give up hope on our captain, because he deserves our support. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be right. He'll be right. He's just won his second Brownlow. He was always going to, he was always going to. He had 45 votes last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Second Brownlow.
Yeah. So I think something's gone wrong this year, and who knows what he's carrying, but that also won't be his excuse. So,
yeah.
The young players tonight. Sorry, I'm saying the F word a lot, but I feel so sorry for our young players. Collingwood had young players in tonight. They had a debutante. Where are our leaders or our senior players? I'm not talking about even the captain, vice captain, the other players getting around our young guys and to Hoff, going up to him and saying, hey, try again next time. It's okay. Yeah. Don't isolate him and make him stand there like some little orphan Annie, right? Just get around these kids. And I don't see any of our older players going to our young players and supporting them. I don't see it. I didn't see one thing tonight. Nothing.
Yeah, it's become a lot of self-preservation, hasn't it?
It's disgusting tonight, actually, with Hoff and Moya. I was a bit harsh on him at first. I've got to say, I was like, oh, but I do think he did try and get into the game, and he took a nice mark and all that. But where are our players that are getting around these? Collingwood nurture their youngsters and make them part of their team structure.
Yeah.
We just throw them to the fucking slaughterhouse, yeah? And we don't make them feel part of the structure. We make them the scapegoat.
So true.
I've still got my notes. 1 second.
No, I love it. Fire them away.
So anyway, that's what I say about our seniors. Just seriously so disappointed in so many of them. Yeah. And with the president talk, Terry, I really love that you did that, and I told you that already. But when people make little comments and then they try to correct themselves, I'm like, oh, I'm aware of what you've just done, mate. When he said business, bang, and I saw your face in the thing, the red light went off. And seriously, man, the business, and that means our players are assets. They've probably got a bloody fixed asset register and they depreciate them, right? That's what this is to them. But to us, it's not. This is our heart and our soul. Yeah? This is everything that some people live for on their weekends.
Yeah.
And we give everything to this club. So I don't even want to hear people saying that we're half-assed supporters and that we're not. We're sitting here at, it's 11 p.m. for me, 2 a.m. for you. You're not half-assed. Yeah. Anybody in here is not half-assed. Yeah. And the other thing he said was, and I said it again, I think I wrote a chat in here, that he said, I've seen 8 flags. And you said, well, I've seen 5 spoons. He should have then said, I saw him too and I fucking hurt.
Yeah.
And he didn't. All he says is, I've seen the 8 flags. Do you know what?
'Cause
Sometimes I say, I've seen 4 flags. But you know what?
Yeah.
This is hurting me.
Yeah,
He should have said, I've seen 5 as well.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, he's got 8 memories, or maybe 6 of them he remembers properly. And those of you who have seen flags, like you've seen that day, not even that day, the year that makes a premiership, like you've experienced 4, or he's experienced like 8 years. I'm like, mate, I haven't experienced a single premiership year. Yeah. I've experienced a 10-game winning streak and a semi-final.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Exactly. And he should have resonated with you as a hurting fan then. Yeah, he should have said, "I feel your pain because I hated those 5 wooden spoons." Not, "Oh, I've seen 8 flags," and fiddle around with his shirt or whatever the fuck he did. I don't know. Sorry, but it just that annoyed me. That annoyed me. But I did love that you got to speak to him because no one else got that chance, and they know. That's why they're reaching out to you, to other people, because they know that the walls are going to come crashing down, and people may not be there next year to support them.
Yeah.
May not. I live overseas for 10 years. I'm a member every year. Every year that I'm not living in Melbourne, I still buy a full membership.
Damn.
How dumb am I? Oh my God. Anyway, sorry, that's the end of my notes. But
that was amazing. I really enjoyed that. That was thank you.
Oh well, Kop Kun Ka, yeah. Come to
Kop Kun
Thailand.
Ka. I will. November. I'm on the way. Don't worry.
All right.
I'll see you soon, Dione.
No worries. Thanks, Tez.
Bye. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Scarves out for Voss. Man was laying there at 2 a.m. after we got thumped by Collingwood and still wearing his scarf. Like, that is what it's all about right there. Oh, man. Yusuf.
Hey Terry, sorry, just out of curiosity, is Connor in the waiting room? Because I saw him saying that he wanted to say something. So I
Yeah,
didn't mind waiting.
no, that's okay. He's I think he's gone to bed.
Oh, okay. All good. Yeah. So I'll keep it short because it's quite late. It's been almost 4 hours. Actually, out of curiosity, what's the longest fan cams you've done? I feel like this is pushing the longest one you've done.
This will be the longest one. The longest it was Hawthorn last year, and it was like 4 hours and 1 minute, whatever. We'll be doing that
Oh
tonight.
yeah, a 70-point loss near the end of the year, but at least that was during the day. So I'll keep it short because it's past 2 a.m. But
Yeah.
just the most frustrating thing is for me, when I this season has taken my love for footy, it's gone down drastically. I love this sport because of the game is high paced, the tenacity, the aggression that it shows. It's unlike other sports. For example, a soccer or a cricket will be, at a slow tempo for 90%, but the way footy's played, it's just constant excitement. You can't take your eyes off the screen. And watching Carlton the last few years, what I've loved is that there's always something on the line, and there's always jeopardy. Even for example, 2022, the last month was an awful experience, but it's exciting when there's something on the line, a final spot, top 4 spot for Collingwood, and you're always you're hopeful about achieving something. 2023, the same thing in the back half of the year. Last year, even though we lost in that horrible game against the Saints, it was for a final spot. When you're playing now, when there's nothing on the line and you're just going through the motions, and it's just ticking a box, it's the most underwhelming feeling, and it's just it just feels it's just meaningless. The games, it's just soulless.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's frustrating, man.
It's the next 7 weeks are going to really test our love of the club, because it's going to get worse. They've got to win a game. Not to say winning a game is going to fix it, but I mean, you remember 2019, they sacked Bolton, and there was a bit of a vibe and some smart, but they were young then. The thing was, they were young then. They were young kids.
So the funny thing was, after Bolton, the next week we played Brisbane at Marvel. It was the game where Cripper had that almost 40-touch 4-goal game. It was the middle of 2019. Sorry, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, my earphone just disconnected. Yeah, so wasn't that when Bolton was sacked 2019 and T came in and we had that 15-point win at Marvel against the Lions? It was that big comeback when we were down in the second quarter, and the ironic thing is we play the Lions next week at Marvel on a Thursday night. So
that's right.
Maybe the same thing could happen. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you saying, bro?
Nah. I'm delusional. I'm delusional. But yeah, man. The thing is, like, I just wonder to myself, like, when I'm watching the games, like, are these like, let me ask you, do you think these players, any of them, are intrinsically motivated?
Some of them.
Yeah.
There just has to be something that's happened this year on the inside that's fractured them a little bit or rattled them. That there just has to be.
Yeah.
Like, how do you blow up your season by round 13, 14, 15? Like, how do you? Yeah.
Yeah. The funny thing is, because I was watching on the telly tonight, I saw a stat before
Yeah.
the game that since 2016, when we've played the Pies, the average winning margin has been 16 points. And since 2016, not one of the games between Carlton and Collingwood has had a margin of over 30 points. And I was shocked to seeing that stat, because I thought to myself, like, considering we've been extremely disappointing over the past 10 or so years, it just shows that, like, no matter where the teams are on the ladder, it's always competitive. It's always a contest. The teams rise to the occasion. They elevate to the level that's brought on the night. And it's just so typical that tonight's the one night where the margin is almost 10 goals, like something we haven't seen against the Pies in God knows how long, you know? So it's disappointing, man. Like, even like tonight, seeing like I'm not sure if you saw, like, during the week, that Collingwood debutant that was announced, Rowan Steele, that played tonight. In the video that they're announcing his debut, Craig McRae asked the Collingwood players, "What does the Collingwood Carlton rivalry mean to you?" I'm not sure if you saw that. And some of the players like Pendlebury, Dacus were talking about how it's always a fierce contest. Doesn't matter where the teams are on the ladder. Like, it just showed they actually they take care of the rivalry seriously, and it means something to them. And I wish our players, I don't expect them to speak about it in videos, but just display it with their actions, like the desperation, and that they're hungry to win, and that they're not satisfied with mediocrity, and they want to be the best version of themselves. But the actions speak louder than words, and I'm just not seeing it out there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's disappointing. But I'll let you go because it's almost 2:30. It's been a late one.
No
So
worries. No
thanks
worries,
for having
man.
me on, and hopefully next week can have a miracle.
Fingers crossed.
Hopefully. See you later. Good night.
Bye. Whew. All right. The wall is coming. I've got 2 more in the waiting room. Also, I wanted to thank a couple of you. Mitchell, Brock, Rocco, Grasso, and Jody for signing up to your Blue Abroad memberships. Thank you very much. All right. Alec.
G'day, mate.
How are you?
I'm well, you?
Yeah, I would say the same.
I've got to let you know I'm not a Carlton fan, so if that's not okay, I'll buzz out. But
if you could keep it respectful, I reckon I can handle it.
Yeah. So I'm Richmond, my mum's Carlton, so
Okay.
I don't have the same hatred as most people. But I was at the game tonight, and I've been to a few Carlton games this year. I went to the Geelong game. Forget where's the 2023 team? Where's the Geelong game team? That's the same. It's the same year,
Yeah.
But I thought the first half was strong from you guys. Clearance numbers were good. They kept using the corridor really well, I thought.
It just falls away. It just falls away terribly.
Yeah.
And it falls away quickly. And to be honest, a lot of our games follow the same script. Strong first quarter. Second quarter is not as strong as the first, but still not too bad. And then third quarter has just been the big kryptonite.
Yeah. Well, Collingwood are really good. And I know it sucks to hear, but they've done that to a lot of teams. So it's I don't know if this is the week to make judgment calls. But obviously you guys have seen way more than me, so it's But Yeah, they've done that. Like, I've got notes. Like, I'm not sure who that lady you had on before was, but I've got notes as well.
Dione, yeah, she brought some good ones. Maybe we can get your top note.
Okay, like, oh man, like, I'm sick to death of the way that teams respect Pendlebury.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, like, all of the nice things you can say about Pendlebury, I agree. Amazing player. He doesn't respect his opposition. Like, he's fucking 40. He doesn't care about, like, it just takes one person to run through him, surely. He's nearly 40. And it makes me sick because I'm a Richmond fan. We're going to play them in a few weeks. He's going to run circles around us just like he did tonight. And it's like, why can't play? Like, is he that good that players just can't touch him?
Yeah, man, he's pretty good. He's pretty smart. Yeah.
Like, I'm just waiting for someone to be like, grab the horn. Like, this is my time. But he's just able to, and I don't think he cares. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he cares about other teams. And it's the same with Sidebottom. Like, I think they just go out there and they're.
When you're that good, you're that good,
To be fair, yeah. And so.
No, appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, you want to finish up?
I had one more, because I tuned in a few times. I'm a little confused at the Carlton fans' position with, like, the board or like the club, because I saw a bit of it tonight where you're walking around the ground and they've got all of these things that they must have spent a fortune on. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like the setups,
like outside the stadium.
Yeah, like they must have pumped so much money into like like they have like the fan zone area.
Right.
And it's just like it's I don't know how often you're at like an away game, but like it just trumps anything else I've seen.
Really?
So to me, I just don't know what the incentive would be for them to not win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense, but I think it's too hard to win, and it's easy to not be accountable. And I think there's actually I read something, or I watched something recently, and it was talking about any organization, whether it's corporate or whatever. It's like you follow, and you've got a bunch of followers, and you give them a pay rise every year, and all they are is a bunch of followers. And then eventually they get put in, they climb the corporate ladder as followers, being told what to do until they earn their opportunity to become a leader. But they're not actual leaders. They're not actually leaders. And then what you have is you have highly paid people who are in positions that they're not competent to do. They've been followers their whole career, been told what to do and done a really good job at it. And then they get put in the top positions, and then you just sort of realize, oh my God, you're not a leader. You don't know what you're doing. You need to be told what to do. And I think something like that is happening. I don't even know how I got that thought out, but we got there.
Yeah, I think you got there.
Anyway.
I'll leave you one more thing. Like, we had all those draft picks last year. I'm sure you remember.
Yeah.
My favorite player from that class was Jagger.
Right.
He is as good as everyone has said. Like, he is that good.
Okay.
So, like, the chat of, like, oh, he hasn't played a game yet. Just, like, I'm not interested. Like, he is that good. And I think that's when the pieces started to fall, because I think he was going to inject so much into that team this year.
Yeah. Mate, thank you. Thanks for calling in.
All the best.
See you, man. Toby.
Hey, Taz, how are you, Matt?
Mate, long time no speak. How you been?
Yeah, I've been all right, mate. I've been all right. I'm sorry that I haven't been on for a while. I've just had a couple of things happen in my life over the last couple of months that have made me feel a bit sad. And I mean, Carlton tonight, and our performance tonight, like, I didn't watch the game, but I was on HFD Media, so I helped my girlfriend do the likes. And I was just sitting there and I'm thinking, geez, our talent or our worst performances when we play a good side, we just don't have the, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the ticker, or we just don't run, or we can't run out games. We seem like we go in at quarter time, and, you know, I agree with a lot of people tonight that we go in and then we come back out and we forget, like we've changed jumpers or we've lost the spark, and Voss can't get us back to playing like we did when we made finals or when we, Tez, like for me, and it's interesting that you said, like at training when you go,
yeah,
it's like no one wants to work hard enough on the track. So if you don't work hard enough on the track, you're going to take that into a game, aren't you?
You would think so, yeah.
And it's, I haven't been able to play footy myself over the last couple of weeks, so I'm kind of thinking, well, okay, I need to go back to the drawing board and go, okay, what do I do well during the week? Like, is it getting to bed early? Is it eating right?
Yeah.
You know, you got to think about that. And are there other things that we don't know about at the Carlton Football Club? Like our players, and I really think that having De Koning, TDK, not making a decision is worrying the players.
Yeah. Well, I just think there's a bunch of disconnection all around. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So are you going to be back at games? You like for the rest of the year, or like everything okay?
Oh, mate, I'm fine. I've just I've had a head cold over the last couple of weeks. My knees have been playing up. I'm now an uncle for the second time. So my brother's first kid's been had a couple of bugs from daycare. And Tez, there's a lot going around at the moment. A lot of people are sick. And, you know, I just want to say, if you are sick, stay home. Look after yourself. Like, you know, every Carlton fan, if you guys aren't feeling well, please, please, please look after yourself. Because, you know, if you want to get to the footy, you know, those people who've got, say, immune system illnesses, or they work in a hospital, just think about that.
Yeah.
And that's,
Toby,
you know, the world's a better place when we do that.
Yeah. Thank you very much for calling in, my friend.
No props, Des. And well done to you tonight, man. I know it's been long. So
It's all good, mate.
Rest up yourself, Matt.
I will.
Talk soon.
See ya.
All right, Matt.
All right. One more. We hit the 4 hours. Is this Mitch?
This is Mitch.
Mitch, aka Favola25. How are you?
Bring him back. Bring him back.
What are we bringing back? Favola?
Yeah, we need him.
Mate, we do need Fev. We need prime time Fev.
What the fuck has happened to this club? Terry, I sent a message in earlier when I said I've been a member for 30 years. And like, what is wrong with this club?
It's so broken, man. It's so cooked.
It's fuck. There's something not right. Like someone's done something wrong in the last 10 years because we're so far away from it.
I can understand the whole, not understand, I understand nothing, but like, you know, maybe there's a generational debt we're paying for the deeds of the past, and it's karma. It's like, okay, I'll cop that. But like, all right, I genuinely think something happened this year. Like something specific happened this year and it's rocked them.
But yeah, I can understand what you're saying, but like, what was it? Because they bounced back in 23.
Yeah.
But I think they're just so mentally weak that they can't. There's something happened this year and they can't bounce back from it.
Either that or it is just a toxic environment and this is the compound effect taking place.
There's something seriously wrong going on.
Damn.
I'm copping shit from Eagles supporters. It's fucked. Like, I'm copping shit from Eagles supporters.
Oh man, this is the Carlton Football Club. It's supposed to be
For 30 years of my life, this is what I've had to deal with. Where's the fucking green shoots? Bring back Bolton. I want some green shoots.
Man, they're supposed to be like trees, like oak trees
where's
strong, thick
Paddy
foundation.
Dow? Where's Sam Petrescu-Seaton? Where's the green shoots? Like, what happened?
Oh man, they messed it up so badly.
Can we come back from this? Because it doesn't feel like it.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I've copped Collingwood losses before, but this is fucked. This is bad.
Like, I'm trying to think of a club. I mean, this is kind of Richmond. Like I'm not. I mean, Voss and Hardwick are different, but what I'm saying is like I'm talking about the club, the 30 years, proud history. They just couldn't get over the hump.
There's no proud history. They all need. They should all be ashamed of themselves.
True.
Which one of them has the right to be proud of what's happened in the last 30 years?
Yeah.
Like, there's none of them. None of them. Unless they put on the Guernsey before, there's nothing. The club's just soulless at the moment. It's fucked. Fully fucked.
It makes me feel so good when someone says it. Like, at this point, someone just telling me the truth, like, we're fucked.
You can't sugarcoat it. There's no saying there's a green light. There's no fucking green shoots. I think we're in a worse position than we think. Because if you look at the list, and you go, well, is Graham Wright going to have the balls to actually make some fucking big decisions at the end of the year and do what we need to do, or is he going to hang on to the players that we have, hang on to Voss, like whatever, Voss or not, it's not even the point. But the whole thing needs to be fucking shaken up. I think it's worse than what it looks like.
I'll tell you the deepest fear, that they never really installed those high standards that we were hearing about before Russell left and the habits. And if that's the case, then it almost feels like the fear is they're going to sell us the pipe dream again.
It's been sold too many times before, and like, we did 23. Okay, cool. You got us to believe in that, and it was the best fucking final series of our lives. Like, there's been nothing since that, and it was an overachievement.
Yeah, it was 10 weeks of pure bliss. 12, whatever it was.
Blake Acres given the Brownlow medal.
Bro,
in 23.
MCG was shaking. I swear to God, the MCG was shaking that night. I promise.
I live in Perth, and we almost blew the roof off a fucking pub in Perth
Wow.
when Blake Acres kicked that goal. And now I don't want him to have the football in his hands. I'm sorry, Blake, but he should not have the ball.
Oh man. Oh dear.
Bring back Favola, please.
We need Fev. We need Juddy.
Bring back the glory days. Bring back Dennis Armfield.
Bring back Armfield. At least he played with some passion.
Tennis.
I just want Jeffy running around.
Oh. Remember when we had a forward line?
Are we really going to be the team that the AFL history books will look back and say they drafted Harry Mackay and Charlie Curnow and Wiedering in one draft and didn't get there?
It would be the most Carlton thing of all time to waste an absolute crop of talent. With the first time we actually get talent and we fuck the whole thing up. It's just, it is what we are. Like, you can't even be surprised about it. Like,
we're nothing but a bunch of losers, bro.
The development is a fucking disgrace. It is. Like, look at all the number one picks we've had. Like, imagine if Mark Murphy spent his time at Geelong.
True.
He'd be another Joel Selwood. And, like, I love Murphy for what he did at Carlton, but look, like, nothing ever happened. It was just nothing.
Yeah. Mate, we cheered off Bryce Gibbs like he was a champion.
Yep. When he left us,
he didn't even play for us. We cheered him off.
He left us for nothing when we needed him.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we did get De Koning for him.
Yeah, well, how's that going for us at the moment?
We're about to pay $1 million to keep him.
Do we just let him go?
We cannot. I don't think we can pay. At the start of the year, I thought, you know what, fine, give him $1 million. Now I'm like, we can't afford to have $1 million players who go missing for 2-3 weeks.
We have too many of them. We got $1 million players, and the rest of them are $50,000 players.
Yeah, I mean, Harry is struggling with the pressure of being $1 million player. Like, he's struggling with it. I mean, bless him, but he just can't. So we've fucked that as well.
Yeah, we have A graders, and then we have fucking E graders.
Do you reckon they've all just been told, you're all fucking cunts and you're all gone?
The thing is, if they have been told that, surely they're going to show some fight on the fucking ground.
Nah, but like, what if some of them just know they're not going to be there?
Surely you got to show something though, right? or if they're just going, fuck everything, I've had enough. What are they going to do?
Yeah.
Like, what? Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's the worst it's ever been in my eyes. Like, fucking this is Brendan Bolton all over again.
Yep.
And I know everyone can say, oh, we got better players, but they're all fucking 30, 29, 30. Like, and what the fuck is going to happen to this team in the next 2-3 years?
5-year plan, mate. That's what's going to happen.
I've seen too many fucking rebuilds. I can't do another one.
I think we're about to do another one.
Fuck. I can't do it.
Oh, man.
At least we have Blake Acres 23.
Yep.
I can watch that shit on fucking repeat.
Oh, man. See, like, we had it. Like, Wiedering, proactive, didn't think too much. Just kick it to the fucking corridor, mate.
What I would actually like. I'm not in the camp of Sack Boss, but I would like to see what would happen if he wasn't there and someone just came in and said, "Just play football. Don't fucking worry about anything, and just attack and play football and see." Because we've got the talent.
I don't know. Yeah.
What? Just play on instinct. Don't fucking worry about anything. Like, just go for it, and we would probably fucking win. But when we're doing whatever the fuck it is that we're doing, like, I can't stand to lose to Collingwood. It makes me fucking sick.
Yeah. Mate, this has just been the cherry on top of an incredible session.
I'm absolutely fucked as well, by the way.
Okay, well,
a few drinks.
Well, thanks for calling in, mate.
Mum, say hello.
Hey, Mum. How are you?
She's an Eagles supporter, but she really goes for Carlton.
Oh.
Mum, look at the TV on the screen.
Oh, nice to meet you. Have a great night and be safe.
Great.
See you, mate. It's 2:45 in the morning. I don't want to watch the presser. I don't want to listen to it. It's going to be garbage. Michael, thank you very much for becoming a member. I think we'll leave it there. It was the Blues. 8 goals, 11.59. To Collingwood, 17 goals, 13, 115. When's it going to end? Is it ever going to end? I just don't know. I will see you tomorrow morning for the review. What am I going to say? What am I going to say? What am I going to say? I'm going to sit in this chair and talk to the camera and say what? Anyway, I can't believe we have 7 more of these to go. And this was the record. 4 hours. We broke it. I said I would never do this again, but here we are. Anyway, much love. Thanks for tuning in. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, please hit subscribe. Go Blues.